Alright, what's up everybody, it's Lids, and we are back for some more Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, and much like in previous weeks, I have once again done a fair number of matches, in fact, in between streams. Once again, the protocol remained the same, basically only play characters that we've already played on stream. When it comes to those characters, if they get levels, don't spend those skill points, and don't try out any new weapons, and for the credits, any credits accumulated, I have saved to, well, unbox some boxes on stream here. And so that means we should have about 100, and by about, I mean exactly 100 boxes we can afford with this for the advanced packs, because last time we got enough advanced packs to max out all the basic uncommon stuff, and now we are onto the concussive and siphon and bulwark weapons and all those types of things. Only just relatively, or started those things relatively recently, so not very high level in that area just yet, but I was experimenting a fair bit with some of those weapons, at least ones that we already tried. Most significantly, the Cyclone, and on this character as well, the base human infiltrator, who we just started out for the first time last weekend. I, for both of those things, have been a pretty big fan, I think, but why don't we hop in? Although, actually, before we do this, let's do a quick check at what our Apex score is, because we have, of course, recently learned that by unlocking some stuffs, we do, in fact, just put ourselves on a really high difficulty, like Platinum, where presumably no one is going to hop in here with us. But we've recently learned that by opening up packs, we will gain Apex points, and so opening up 100 packs, we'd expect to, one would hope, get a fair bit of Apex points. Last week, I think we opened up a little more than 100, maybe 120 or something along those lines, and we got just under 1,000 from that. So if we're opening up 100 here, we probably get a little bit more than, or sorry, a little bit less than that amount. So maybe something on the order of 700, 750. So might fall a little shy of breaking 10,000 total, but maybe after doing some matches today, I don't know, maybe we'll get there by the end of the night. But let's hop in. Let's also exit the lobby so that people are not waiting for us while we spend a while opening up our packs. But let's see. As for whether we think we're gonna max out all of the uncommons today from this, I don't think we will. I think we might get close. Maybe some weapons will get the Cyclone, Bulwark, and or Siphon versions all maxed out. But as you can see here, there are still some that we don't even have the first of the alternate versions unlocked just yet. So I think we do still have a ways to go. Probably do still have a ways to go. And I think we learned, there you see again, I think we learned that basically the way that these work, from a levels standpoint at least, is that they all functionally have identical starting, or basic stats as the rank 10 is the maximum, right? 10 version of the normal weapon, but then the additional levels, the incremental levels, increase the effectiveness of whatever is unique about that weapon. You know, the concussive aspect of it, the siphoning aspect, the bulwark aspect. But even here, you see, we still have some weapon mods that are far from maxed out. And of course, we can get some rare stuffs from these packs as well, so we certainly could still get a whole lot of those, because we have not maxed anything out of the rare variety, and we are nowhere near that, I would have to imagine. But we'll see. We'll see. Not paying too much attention to the specific stuffs here, to be honest with you, just yet. But I think once we get a little bit further along, and the numbers start to get a little bit higher up, then we might start to see if we get close to or even reach the maximum level for these alternate versions, or once we start getting some gold. I think we've gotten some gold consumables, which, I mean, yeah, sure, those will be nice every now and again, but things like Turian Havoc Trooper. Oh, the other thing is, yes, we have now, at least last time, we maxed out all of the levels, or all the ranks, whatever you want to technically call it, of our uncommon characters, and we were deliberately trying to hold back a bit on the uncommon characters. So that's our first Asari Huntress. I think I've seen a lot of people use this character. I'm pretty sure she is really good, if I'm not mistaken. Like, she might have the the super team cloak ability, like the Angaran Avenger that everybody says is, well, he seems to say / think is incredible. But yeah, so we have now maxed out all of the ranks on the uncommon characters. So that means that if we were holding back on those to wait until we got a little bit of a head start with all the extra points from the extra ranks, then, well, now they're ready to go. And we only have one base human common character that we have yet to try, and that is the adept. So maybe we'll try out we'll probably play at least one match on the base human infiltrator, because that is what I was playing primarily this past week, and that is the character that we started playing last week but did not fully level. So I'd just like to spend our last few skill points there and see what it's like to play that character actually at level 20. It is at level 20 right now, just as we were saying before. Haven't actually spent all of the points. Haven't spent any incremental points since our last stream. Got pretty far with that character last stream, though. I think she was something like level 16 or 17, so not that many points remaining. But I think possibly one additional skill we could max out or something along those lines. But once we've done one match with her, we might start up with the base human adept for the first time. So that's probably characters-wise going to be one of the focal points, one of the focuses, the foci of today. Or Krogan Mercenary. And then, depending on how quickly that goes, we may start introducing ourselves to one of the uncommon characters that we have not yet played. As I was saying, or as you have seen, we have played the base Asari adept, and she is uncommon. So we have played an adept, not the base human, the Asari. And she is an uncommon, but we could experiment with some other stuff. I think the receiver is the piercing shotgun mod, right? So some of these things, some of these mods that are not yet maxed out are important mods that are probably our first choice. So that is not insignificant either. Obviously getting one level on those, maybe not the biggest of deals. But okay, so this is the weapon. This is the weapon that, more so than any other, I had been using in between streams, and I was becoming a pretty big fan of it. We used it a fair bit last week, and basically, it seems to have, the base Cyclone at least, pretty high damage for an uncommon. It's an assault rifle, of course. The key downside is that when you start firing it, there's a delay before it actually starts shooting of about a second, possibly even a little bit more than that. And so, if you are staring an enemy straight in the eye, and it's just a question of who is going to kill whom first, then you can get into some trouble, because since there's a delay before you actually start dealing damage, your enemy is going to hit you first, and you might die first, and then that can be frustrating. However, I was mostly using this weapon on the base human infiltrator, who we took that max level tactical cloak upgrade on that allows her to stay cloaked for 2 seconds after firing. So basically, if you're just running around with your cloak, that invisibility makes it much safer during that brief charge up period. And at that point, that basically means you don't have the key downside, or at least the key downside of this weapon is significantly less impactful, and you just have what is a pretty solid weapon outside of that end. With Siphon, you get some leech, and now that leech is a little bit stronger. I think it was rank 3 before, so that's only the first time we've seen that get upgraded today. But that might be the one, more than any other uncommon weapon, that I would like to see us gain additional levels on. Not the bulwark version. I mean, maybe. Obviously, at some point, we'll want to get those too, but the Siphon, in general, seems like it is... Oh, look at that. Oh, the Falcon! First of the Falcon unlocks here. Okay, so that is, of course, a Mass Effect 3 weapon, and a pretty solid Mass Effect 3 weapon at that. It's a little bit gimmicky, or at least takes some getting used to. I mean, it's kind of hard to say that it's gimmicky because it's quite good, and gimmicky kind of implies that it's not worth the trouble. It is definitely worth the trouble in Mass Effect 3, but it does take some practice to get used to it. I don't think I ever tried it in Andromeda, though. Not in the campaign, obviously not in multiplayer, because we only just got it, but that could be an interesting one. A Zulkan Siphon. I think I might have done the tiniest bit of the Ruzad Siphon. I did just a few matches in between streams with the base human Vanguard, and I think that was the weapon I was using with him for the most part. And I didn't really notice that much how big of a difference the incremental upgrade from getting one more level on the Siphon and Bulwark and Concussive stuff is. As we were saying, the base stats remain the same. It's just the siphony nature of it, and concussive and bulwarky nature of it that changes. I think we did check a little bit, but it was kind of hard to tell because we only had level 1, 2, and 3 versions. And I guess you could sort of see what one incremental level does there, but don't think we bothered to do the math to see what that would ultimately end up meaning once we maxed out those weapons. What we have here, Batarian Scrapper, leveled up again. That is a character that I definitely want to try out, but he's a rare, so assuming that we go all of our common characters, then all of our uncommon characters, and then all of our rare characters, we're going to have quite a while until we get to this guy, presumably. Again, the logic there being, well, I mean, we have so many characters that we've yet to try, and it would help at least a little bit to get some additional levels on him before we start playing him, or some additional ranks on him before we start playing him, so we get a bit of a head start. Angara Insurgent, I think we got one unlock, the initial unlock of that guy, at the very beginning, but we have not used him. Not at all. Lots of Zulkans. I feel like we're getting more Zulkan than anything else. That is a weapon that I actually did use in the campaign. Assault rifle, is it technically semi-automatic? It's slow firing, at the very least. It's our first incisor siphon, so yeah, still getting some uncommon stuff for the first time here into the alternate versions. So, I mean, since every weapon has 3 forms, I could definitely see it taking quite a bit longer, 3 times longer, to max out all this stuff once you get to this stage in the process. Okay, Cyclone Concussive. I might have used that ever so briefly. Ruzad Concussive? Okay. Yeah, and Concussive, we were experimenting. We experimented with all the alternate weapon types last week. And we had a little bit of confusion at one point as to how exactly the concussive stuff worked. Another Batarian Scrapper for you. Because we read the whole, when you shoot enemies in the head, or their weak points, they'll blow up thing. And we thought, oh man, put that on an assault rifle, do that multiple times every second, and that could add up very quickly and be pretty incredible. That's our first Charger S. Okay, we did see some S versions of the basic weapons last week as well. They are not Siphon. They are just a super version of the base weapon, and at least for the Avenger, it was pretty sweet. I'd be curious to see if the Charger is very good as well. Charger S is very good as well, or if maybe, well, I'm definitely a bigger fan of the base Avenger than I am of the base Charger, so unless there's some pretty huge improvements, then it would probably still take a lot to convince me to use that weapon. I lost my train of thought. I know we were talking about something else earlier. Oh, it was the concussive. We were saying how initially it seemed like, oh, well, just throw an assault rifle on, hit the enemy in the head or weak point multiple times, and then you can have a bazillion explosions and the damage will scale exponentially and the game becomes easy, right? Concussive must be amazing, but no, we missed some of the fine prints there. It's only kills on weak points that sets off the explosion, so unless you are one-shotting every enemy on their weak point, then probably not going to be getting non-stop explosions. Here is the Siphon, Cyclone Siphon, getting upgraded again. Which again, at least as things currently stand, with the weapons that we've experimented with thus far, that is the one that I feel like I'm the biggest fan of. Of the uncommons, at least. And I mean, it is interesting how we have now a whole bunch of... Oh! Highly leveled uncommons. That looks like that is the maximum level for the Siphon Carnifex. But they are still just uncommons, these weapons. But, you know, how does a fully leveled alternate version of an uncommon weapon compare to, say, a level 1 of an ultra rare or maybe level 2 or level 3 of a rare weapon? Because, you know, they might start to catch up in some cases. Especially if one of the reasons why something like the Cyclone is uncommon is because it has one pretty significant downside, and if you can find a way to circumvent that downside, then it's actually, pure DPS-wise, it feels like it's still quite solid. Maybe it is comparable with some of the rares in that case. And it feels like we have kind of sort of found a workaround for the downside of that weapon by going with the cloaky stuffs. When we remain cloaked for 2 seconds after breaking, or, you know, firing our weapon or using a skill that would normally break our cloak. Got a few Hornet upgrades here. That might be our highest level rare weapon at this point. So I think we've maxed out the alternate version. Ooh, upgrade on the scatter shot. We've not used that yet. Yeah, I think we've maxed out the alternate version of one. At least one of the uncommons, or at least one that I noticed, scattershot again. Siphon, Cyclone, good, good. So now, what, it's such as 6 that I saw there. We started at 3, I think. So we've gotten a few levels. Not as many as we've gotten for other weapons, definitely, but it is better than it was before. And we, of course, you know, it's not to say that we are going to permanently be using the Siphon Cyclone from here on out. There certainly still are a very large number of weapons that we've not tested out. But it feels like, I think I was saying this maybe last week, that perhaps, ooh, Ghost. Okay, that is arguably our best assault rifle. Maybe competing with, well, things like the Siphon Cyclone and the Avenger S. So getting, you know, a few levels of those types of things, those could be the tiebreakers in those cases. Yeah. Human Juggernaut, that's our first one of this guy. I have seen a lot of people use this character. Seems like this is a very popular character. It's, I think it's technically a Vanguard? Combination of combat and biotic abilities. Seems like the main appeal is that it is very tanky, but obviously I've never played it before, so I don't exactly know what it is that, what precisely it is that makes it so special. So popular. Was that level 9? It's pretty close to getting maxed out. Okay, and that is exactly 100 of those packs. So, I mean, we could check to see how many of those things are now maxed out. If we really wanted to. Let's see. Carnifex, it feels like we got a bunch of those. Carnifex Siphon is maxed out. Anything else at 10 here? Other than the base versions of the weapons? Oh, do we not even... We don't even have a bulwark version of the phalanx at all? Okay, so yeah, definitely still some alternate versions that we don't even have the level 1 iteration of. Others that are, yes, level 1, but we have them, but they're still only level 1, so there is still quite a ways to go. Yeah, Widow Concussive is 9, so that's possibly our next closest to getting maxed out. Yeah, and then we're up to the rares. So, I mean, I'm not even sure if we're halfway. It's kind of hard to tell, because there's a pretty wide range of levels in all these uncommon alternate versions, but yeah, we might not even be halfway through them. So it does seem like it'll take quite some time to unlock, or to max out the levels of all these guys. But made some progress there, for sure. I think we actually, with our mission funds, which I have also been trying to farm up, I think we actually have enough for 2 now of the really big stuffs. And we're generally trying to wait for weapons rather than characters, because as we were saying before, we have no shortage of characters, but weapons, for the most part, if we have a good weapon, we're kind of just going to use it immediately. And it is on weapons, not characters here, so I say we go for it. We can get 2 ultra-rare weapons. The first one is the Black Widow. We keep on getting the Black Widow. Level 3 of that, there are so many ultra-rares that we don't have, and yet we keep on getting Black Widow. This time it's the Kishock. I did not even realize the Kishock was in Andromeda, let alone that it was an ultra-rare weapon. In Mass Effect 3, it's just a rare. So I wonder if that means it's stronger in Andromeda. Talk about gimmicky weapons. That's, at least in Mass Effect 3, way up there. Way up there in the gimmickiness. But okay, so I think that's everything that we can spend here, at least. Why don't we start up a lobby, and we'll see. So we'll just, again, throw ourselves, at least briefly, on plat, so that people aren't waiting around for us. Not that we're going to take very long to do this, but verify. Oh, wow, we got almost exactly 1,000 there, possibly a little bit more. I don't remember exactly what number we had. One thing that I meant to check was that we had a theory, a question, that perhaps the unlocks give different amount of Apex points depending on how rare the item is. So, you know, maybe commons give you 1 point per level, uncommons give you 2 or 3, rares give you 5, and ultra rares give you 10, or something like that. Obviously, I have no idea because I haven't tested that out, but that was something that I was kind of interested to try to test with those ultra rares just then, was to see, you know, does it shoot up when we get an ultra rare? Because that would certainly suggest that the ultra rares are worth much more than all the other uncommon stuffs. So maybe that's why we got all the way up to about 1,000 there, and we did break the 10,000 Apex point mark, so that's cool. But I think as for what we actually are looking to do today, why don't we throw on the few extra points we have on this character here. As I said, this is the character that we spent a lot of time on last week, and the character that I had spent most of my time playing this past week, and worked really well. I mean, the cloak, being able to remain cloaked for 2 seconds after shooting or using a skill is really incredible. And then I think we just have a lot of weapons damage here. How much does it tell us? How much total? Let's see. Weapon damage 18, power damage 20, melee damage 20, reload speed, weapon clip size, weapon spare. I'm actually surprised that weapon damage number is not higher. And of course, the cloak certainly has a very strong contribution to our weapons damage. But I think what we were considering doing at the time was, it seemed like we had enough survivability without having to spec entirely into combat fitness. And so that would allow us to potentially go rank 6 on Incinerate. We were thinking maybe this would be for combo detonations, because otherwise we don't have a way to do that. And then that still leaves us a few points left over to at least invest a little bit more in Sticky Grenade. It's not going to be amazing, but it will at least be more usable than it is right now, because I can certainly tell you, after playing this character for a week, having only 1 Sticky Grenade makes it pretty difficult to do anything with this ability. Or if you want to do anything with it, then it means you're taking a lot of trips back to the ammo packs, or blowing through your ammo packs, your consumables, that is, very quickly. So at least just getting this could go quite a ways. But that being said, after having played this character for a week, it feels like the damage on Incinerate is actually really solid, to the point where I'm not even sure that detonations are necessary. We also don't have a way to prime for detonations unless we're using the ammo to prime, which, I mean, I guess you could just do that basically every match, and there you go, there's your source of priming. But the damage is good enough that it feels like going for the 2 separate Incinerates is not that bad of an idea, because this Incinerate seems like it can one-shot some, at least relatively basic enemies fairly easily, at least once you factor in its pretty significant damage over time. Don't remember what difficulties this was on when I was doing this. I mean, certainly on bronze, but possibly a fair chunk even on silver as well. So that tempts me for that reason. But at the same time, detonations are detonations, and having no way to detonate at all without taking this skill feels like that's not a situation we want to be in. So I feel obligated to take this, even though I kind of want to take this. I mean, of course, we do have another base human infiltrator, so we could branch off for that one, and maybe we'll go more the power-centric route for that character, since we did prioritize weapons damage on this one. I mean, I do kind of want to take this. Crazy as it may seem, I do feel like that could be better. And then with 11 points, that means what? That's 2, 5, 9. We can get 3 more upgrades here on the sticky grenade. So we go capacity. Having 2 grenades should be a pretty big difference maker. More damage on those grenades, and then the base radius is what, like 4 meters? Yeah. So it's not bad. It's a lot more than the Mass Effect 2 version, or rather Mass Effect 3 version. But 40% radius would get us to what? Like 5.6 meters? And radius, the area of the AoE is gets squared by the radius, so it's pretty dramatic how much of an improvement this makes in terms of total area affected by the explosion. But at the same time, 30% damage on an ability that has base 1,100 is a lot. I think we might still go for that, but a case could be made for that. Just want to see damage over time, power cell capacity, damage. I just wanted to see if we were to, on a future occasion for a different infiltrator, focus more on this ability, then, you know, is there a way to get damage here and then radius elsewhere later on? But it seems like this is where you get radius from, and then you could get damage later, so maybe radius is kind of the go-to choice if you are fully investing in this. Oh, I guess settle for that. And we do have 2 points remaining because we went sort of an unusual route with the way that we did not fully invest in the 4 out of 5 skills. But I think this is okay. Okay. So we do that. Then I think we basically just use the Siphon as our primary weapon here, and this will be very similar to the way that I had been playing over the week in between streams. And I just threw on the Eagle at one point. We had tested this out briefly on stream, but it turned out that we had enough ability, enough weight capacity that we could add 1 more weapon, so I just threw it on there. But obviously with the assault rifle amp, the focus was still on the Cyclone. So I think we are done with our setup, and I think we are ready to actually start doing matches. So why don't we actually go into a real lobby, or create a lobby that is looking to do something other than just platinum. So one thing we could do, let's leave this lobby for a second. One thing we could do is we look for Apex missions. Some of these that are older I've already done. Oh, okay, that's kind of scary. No revives during the wave. That sounds pretty terrifying for the Gold Apex mission. I'm not really sure I want to do that. Is the Plat mission, I don't know, maybe that's even easier in that case. Reduce power damage, reduce power resources, so, what, like, power cells, basically? I mean, we could try this. It would definitely require that we get some other people to help bail us out a bit here, because there's no way that I am going to be carrying the team on Plat. But on this character in particular, it does feel like one of the things I really liked is it does scale well. You know, in the higher difficulties. One of the reasons is just that, turns out, Tactical Cloak is pretty darn good. That's, you know, probably not news to any of you, but it is a very good skill. Otherwise, let's check what the dailies are, because I have not done those yet. Those just switched over fairly recently. Sandstorm and Ket. Okay, I mean, that's pretty straightforward. I mean, maybe we just hop in initially looking for that. Just go Sandstorm, go Ket, and we just see whatever. I accidentally canceled that out. Sandstorm, Ket, and we just see whatever difficulty people are doing this on. Oh, and let me jump into Discord as well, just to see if anyone wants to join us there. Because I have not jumped in yet. But there we go. Okay. Now I'm ready to go in Discord as well, now that we're actually doing matches. So yeah, let's see if anyone else is already doing this. I imagine somebody probably will be, because the dailies did switch over pretty recently. Let's see. They're going on bronze? Yeah, we'll be fine. Looks like they're already mid-match here. And based on their Apex points, they are no rookie here. Oh, well, let's wait one, though. It's basically the beginning. Okay, so we can cloak. You're basically already dead. Hello.
Just 3 hostiles
It should be pretty straightforward on bronze, you would hope.
All enemies clear.
That's a good example of, you saw there, we got 2 kills with the Cyclone, and our cloak didn't even break, because we got all those kills before 2 seconds were over. So that's why the cloak is really useful when combined with the Cyclone. It just makes up for that weakness of the charge up time so effectively. And I've also seen, I don't remember if we made this observation on stream last time, but again, after having basically used this combination of both character and weapon for a whole week, gotten a much better feel for how these things work together. Game, that's your cue to have me die some embarrassing death right now. You'll notice when we get kills that the weapon has this red glow. The more kills we get, the more the glow happens, the more dramatic it is. Oh, did we get? Oh no, that's just their turret over there. And then if we go a certain amount of time, as you can see here, without kills, then the glowy effect goes away. So basically, it seems like that's functionally a kill streak modifier of sorts, and there was some description on the weapons that described that for the Siphon ones. And basically, it seems like the more kills you get in quick succession, the more of a kill streak you get, the more it amplifies the effect of the siphoning. I haven't really been able to closely test out that math, but that is at least my theory, my hypothesis, as things currently stand, which could explain in part why, at least at the very beginning, when we were trying to get a feel for how significant is the siphon effect. You know, is it enough to reliably heal your character or not? And it felt pretty lackluster initially. We were like, okay, you know, I was on low HP when I started using this thing. I hit the enemy a few times, and I'm still on low HP. And because I'm standing here shooting the enemy, who is attacking me back as well, you know, I'm losing HP more so than I'm gaining HP. You know, I'm not sustaining, if you will. So it felt like that wasn't making a big difference. But perhaps... What are you shooting at? Perhaps... if you can ramp up the the level of your kill streak, then it does start to make more of a difference. Here you'll see the glow is getting pretty dramatic now. Then you have the time pressure. Oh, I thought that we were done. I thought I saw the circle go away. Admittedly, I did not hear him say anything. I thought I heard the circle go away, or saw the circle go away.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
But yeah, then you have time pressure, as we're seeing here. The glow effect is gone. We were not killing quickly enough. So in some ways,
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
assuming that that theory is true, that the amount of leeching ramps up with the more of a kill streak you get. On one hand, it's nice to go on lower difficulties to ramp that up where you can more easily get kills quickly, because the enemies don't have as much HP. On the other hand, there are fewer enemies, which means it takes longer to track them down because they're more spread out. Fewer enemies per unit area. Something like that. So, in that respect, it's actually better on higher difficulties to ramp up the kill streaks, but, you know, there's a good reason and a bad reason to ramp up the leeching kill streak level for each difficulty. I'm not really sure how those things actually balance out in practice. So that's at least, those are the observations that I had in this past week. Whether those are completely faulty or right on the mark, that's, you know, that's a different question. If I could hit that, if I could hit that, that'd be great. Also, where did you go? The other thing, kind of unfortunate thing about having the whole kill streak effect is that it kind of encourages you to kill steal. Oh, hello. He says as he almost gets killed from your teammates. Which, you know, is probably not something that your teammates will be super happy about. I don't know if that's just a common understanding that it's a necessary evil or anything like that.
3 left. Go get him.
I see someone else over there. Oh, it's up someone over there. I'm not really hitting you right now. Oh. Hello. That is, of course, the primary thing that we've changed.
Good. Stay sharp.
Since starting the stream today, at least, is we upgraded our powers, which, at least on bronze, is not really necessary because we can take people out with just cloaking our weapon very quickly and easily, but, you know, maybe we'll make more of a point of doing that.
Upload it before they lock us out.
Just go to the same place the hack was. One thing I have noticed is that I remember last week whatever we playing right, this is just bronze. We just, this is for dailies mostly, because it's against Ket and it's on this map is the daily. And we just went from whatever difficulty somebody else was playing on and it happened to be bronze. But at least on higher difficulties especially, for moments like this, when you're doing objectives, I remember last week we had the question we were asking ourselves of, is it worth it to go for the extra damage on cloak so that you have lots of damage? Or is it better to go for duration because cloak is so good for objectives? And we went damage, which obviously, you know, has its obvious upsides. However, I did also notice that, especially once you start going into the higher difficulties, that there is someone over there, right? That on the higher difficulties especially, the cloak duration is pretty crucial. Because you kind of just want to have an infiltrator sit in the hack and or upload for as long as possible while cloaked. And you try to cloak proactively so the enemy does not even go anywhere near the hack area, the upload area.
3 left. Go get them.
And it's basically just you camp, more or less. While it seems like the modus operandi, the proper way to do it, from at least what I can tell from reading between the lines from other people who are way more experienced than I am, is you basically have, at least on the higher difficulties, infiltrators, especially the ones that can cloak your teammates, but infiltrators with really long duration cloaks that just sit there and you leave it to them and only them, only the infiltrators, to sit in the upload area, while everyone else deliberately avoids the objective and just tries to basically, I guess, distract the enemies, take their attention elsewhere. Which feels kind of counterintuitive, because it's like, I mean, I know there's an objective right now, and yet I'm consciously ignoring it. It feels like that's being a bad teammate. But I guess if you have a teammate who is an infiltrator, who can just sit there, unbothered by the enemies during the objective, then you're doing them a disservice by walking in there uncloaked, because then you are attracting attention. Suddenly, you do have to kill the enemies to progress the objective, when previously your teammate only just had to sit there, didn't even need to attack anything, and therefore didn't have to break cloak because there's no one over there for them to have to defend themselves against. So for all those reasons, it feels like the cloak duration may in truth be, oh hello, may in truth be the way to go. At least if you're, trying to seriously push up at the higher difficulties. I don't know why I really need ammo at this point. There's 20 seconds left in the match. I think we'll be okay. But yeah, so is it really worth the extra damage from cloak? I mean, obviously it's really nice to have that type of luxury, but at the same time, only having, what is it, like 7-ish seconds or something along those lines cloaked means that, if as a non-duration cloak person you want to contribute in that same way towards the objectives as the people who do have duration cloak, you're more or less standing relatively close to the objective, cloaking, briefly poking your head in while you're cloaked, and then only staying there for a few seconds before you need to duck out because your cloak is going to expire, even if you don't use any skills or fire your weapon. So that makes it much harder to contribute in the same way to objectives, which seems like that's pretty important for the higher difficulties. Well, speaking of higher difficulties, now we'll step it up into, okay, no, they're just changing character. For a second I thought they were abandoning us, but this is the Silver Apex. Let me see what the deal is with this. This is sniper damage, not other stuff. Okay. I mean, since they're, like, starting right now, let's just quickly switch over to, I guess we'll go let's go the Kishock. We did just get the Kishock. I mean, let's see if they're patient enough to let us switch. Hopefully they are. I don't know if the vulnerability is going to work with the Kishock, because it is, at least in Mass Effect 3, technically a projectile weapon. Ammo, accuracy, sure, accuracy. Okay. Let's see. So this is our first time using the Kishock. On, in Andromeda, at least. This will be Silver. So more difficult than the difficulty we were just on. Although, we have, what is it, 50% extra sniper rifle damage, so that might more than make up for how Silver enemies have more HP. Also, we did not finish the the dailies, because we only got 1 game's worth of rounds on that map. And is this Cat? This is Cat. Okay, so we'll continue to make progress in our efforts to score points against Cat, at
Secure this
least.
position. Enemies on the move. Be ready.
Okay, so it wasn't just accuracy, it's a scope, which does come with the whole, you have much smaller area you can look at aspect. Now, admittedly, I felt very rushed on that occasion. I feel like I was not really able to soak in what it was like to fire the Kishock there, because it seemed explosive more so than, what's a harpoon? We're firing a harpoon. So there goes our cloak. I did kind of just activate it because I had it off cooldown, not because I had anything to shoot at, but... So is this like an explosive weapon, like a venom? Or is this... I mean, it has a little harpoon thing. Okay, interesting. I wish it did have, and this might just be because it's currently level 1, but I wish it did have more than just 1 round before you have to reload.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
So it is pretty slow for that reason. And by pretty slow, I mean it is very slow.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
Done and done.
Seems like the damage is quite good, but not exactly going to be mowing down enemies with this thing. I mean, it's a sniper rifle, yes, but
New
still.
location.
Come on. Okay, I guess we won't be shooting at that guy. Is there another wraith right there? I feel like that's the one to me. Okay, that obviously missed. That looked like a hit, though. At least it was pretty darn close. That did not. Oh, except that it did. Does this thing have bullet drop? To be honest, not once while playing Mass Effect Andromeda has that thought occurred to me before just now. Not... Vids, you call yourself a hardcore shooter? No, I don't. Don't call myself a hardcore shooter gamer.
Everyone get down.
Okay, but like that seemed closer than the other ones did. Like, maybe I'm just feeling rushed here, which is one of the reasons why, generally speaking, hate using sniper rifles, because I do always feel like I have to rush my shot, otherwise the enemy is going to move or get killed by someone else before I can actually fire it, and that means I'm going to miss because I'm rushing the shot. But, it does make it kind of hard to tell just how effective this thing actually is. I think that hit.
Target down.
But I don't know, man. It's weird because the shots that I sometimes feel like I'm missing do apparently hit, and the ones that I feel like I'm hitting are not hitting. Makes it very counterintuitive. Oh, the other thing that I've recently learned, I don't remember if I mentioned this on stream or not, but is that apparently when it comes to getting points for damaging enemies, you do not get points for damaging shields. You only get points for damaging their health. That feels really mean,
No enemy targets left.
because you could help a lot getting rid of an enemy's shields, but have a teammate take out the enemy once it's shieldless. I'm not going to talk about that in this.
Get the last one.
Enemies clear. Stay alert.
And you're not going to get any credit for it. Your teammate's going to get all the credit for it, and that feels like that's kind of dishonest, kind of misleading,
Enemies incoming.
Clear the area.
misrepresentative, and technically speaking, encourages teammates even more so to kill steal from each other, which I feel like is not really something that the game should be trying to encourage. And in Mass Effect 3, that is not the case. In Mass Effect 3, you damage shields, that counts as damage, so you still get points for that. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I noticed on the previous shot that you can charge, or at least that you can hold it which I was just thinking of from a, that could help me aim perspective, but I forgot that that actually, in Mass Effect 3 at least, that actually increases the damage. I did see now that I'm actually paying closer attention, a little bar that indicates how much it's charged. You can see just below the, kind of below the reticle. Like that. It's a little bit high, I guess, a shot. I don't get it. Like, I guess it's a... Oh. Oh, goodness. That one I definitely missed, yes. But in Mass Effect 3, at least, this weapon, it's not a hit scan weapon, it's a projectile weapon, so there actually is travel time between when you shoot and when the game checks if you're gonna hit the target, which does mean that if the enemy moves, they might functionally dodge.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Or if you don't anticipate how the enemy is going to move, then you might miss a shot that on a different weapon that does instantly hit.
Hostiles en route.
Would hit the mark. So, especially off-host, that is important because... That goes to blow up. Especially off-host, that's important because there's more lag and what have you. So there's more potential for there to be a significant difference between where you think the enemy is when you initiate the shot and where they actually are when the shot lands. We are off host. That's just a little bad shot though. So part of this is just me hating sniper rifles and not being a good sniper and using this weapon for the first time. Part of it, maybe, because we're using the Kishock off host. But I don't really know what the combination of those two factors is. Excuse me, ma'am. I will point blank shoot at you. Also, there you can see the harpoon very clearly. Yeah, oh, we're out of ammo? No, we're not out of ammo. Why are you not letting me shoot? The Kishock in Mass Effect 3, and again, I know I keep on making all these comparisons to Mass Effect 3. It's a weapon in Mass Effect 3, and that's the only basis I have for comparison.
Down to one.
And since I've never played this before, that is an apt comparison. But in Mass Effect 3, it is the only, or at least one of the only, sniper rifles that does not have a damage penalty if you fire it without using the scope. Every, or at least almost every other weapon, every other sniper rifle at least, does have a pretty steep damage penalty if you fire it out of the scope, or as it's not scoped. Oh, I missed. Oh no, that didn't. So we should also be helping more with this. But basically, my question for that reason is, do we need to... have this thing, charged up, or rather, scoped in? So I will say, it feels like... Okay, what, you can do it, sometimes, but not all the time. If you move, it cancels it, or something like that. I'm trying to figure out how that works. There's also very little, if any, visual effect when you charge it up when not zoomed in. Like here, I'm charging it. If I don't move, then I can still do it. But here I moved. I still have the shoot button held down. But I don't think anything happened. That time, I had it held down, and it did fire even after moving. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe it was firing the whole time there. Whenever, even after moving in every situation, I just didn't notice, because I missed, but...
3 more to go.
Here, nothing. I had pressed it, I had held it, and nothing happened. I don't know why. Why it works sometimes and other times
Nice
not.
job, Apex. Keep it
So...
Good work.
It is a fun weapon. In Mass Effect 3, certainly, and here it certainly seems like it still hits very hard. I mean, granted, this is silver, so we can't have a great sense as to how well it scales to higher difficulties. But it seems like the gimmickiness, that may not have changed. I wonder to what extent is it worth? That time it didn't actually charge up, even though I started pressing the shoot button. Well, yeah, okay, hold on. I missed badly. That time I had it zoomed in when I started charging, then de-zoomed, started walking around. It remained charged, and I could still eventually fire it. It's just really, really weird when it does and does not allow you to charge up and fire a shot. Maybe after playing this weapon more, you get a feel for it, but it feels like it's kind of just a dice roll. At any given point in time, I don't actually know if I'm ready to shoot or not. And turns out that's a pretty big deal. Like that should have been a shot, the initial one. And then the second one, I had to rush because, well, I thought I was going to kill that enemy with the first shot. Love to get some shields back, and then cloak, and then run CLZ. Back, cloak. Technically, our cloak is not going to last the duration of the game here, but long enough to get behind cover, and long enough to do that.
Everyone get down.
Charging a shot there as well. Alright, that one, I don't think we're gonna use the Kishock anymore tonight. Maybe later, off stream, on host, I might test it out more, but that's just feels frustrating at this stage. Where it might not be 50-50, but it was pretty close to 50-50 in terms of when it seemed like I was actually firing and when I was not actually firing. Maybe it's for some reason, if you shoot and you miss, then it just doesn't have the same sound effect. And it has basically no sound effect, so you might still be firing. It just is not obvious that that is the case. So I didn't notice, but I don't know. That was a weird one. That was the silver Apex mission. Now, I think the gold was the one where you can't revive, right? So that was a little bit scary sounding. If we were to do that, then we might want to take something a little more, well, a little more reliable. This character, yes, reliable. This weapon, not so much. Unless, well, if they're going to go to something that is not the gold Apex mission, which we'll see. Oh, okay. Oh, we're the host now. Oh, I did not realize that. Apparently the host left, and now we're the host, and now everybody left because, well, all right, well, it is up to us in that case. So that's done, that's done. We could do this, but I feel like this might be an opportunity for us to instead switch over to one of the new characters, which we probably don't want to be doing. The gold Apex, you cannot revive mid-wave stuff with that, because that's probably setting ourselves up for failure. Let's start small. So let's go base human again. This is the base human adept. This is the only base human that we've yet to try. And what I'm really looking for here is that the other adept that we've used is the uncommon Asari adept. She has Annihilation Throw Lance. And basically, based on when we had, at least in between streams, when I was trying to do dailies for biotic damage, it was usually either her or it was the Vanguard. In both cases, I was not particularly impressed. For the Vanguard, it was in large part because the damage from charge in Nova feels like it is less than it is in Mass Effect 3. So that made me feel like it was not even worth charging in Nova toward enemies more often than not, because probably just going to die, or at least put yourself in harm's way, certainly, and if you don't get a kill in the process, then things get a little bit scary. And then for the Adept, it's kind of similar, in that, sure, you're not charging, but with Annihilation, that's your primer, and it only primes enemies that are very close to you, so you have to run straight up to enemies, which is slower than a charge, and you don't have iframes. And then only once enemies are close can you lance and detonate. So both are basically point-blank biotic explosion adepts, and that felt like that was riskier than was feasible to use in the higher difficulties. Whereas I'm hoping that if we go for the base human adept, let's see, singularity, pull, shockwave. We've seen a little bit of shockwave with the Vanguard, but outside of that, I don't think we've seen any of these abilities. I'm hoping that this can distinguish itself, this character can distinguish itself from the other adepts by being more capable of being a ranged adept, and therefore a little bit of a safer adept to play on the higher difficulties. Certainly not immediately, because we're going to need some time to level this guy up. But let's see, we should have some points, because we have the starting ones from being already rank 20. Now, for what it's worth, ironically enough, the base human adept in Mass Effect 3 is probably my favorite of all the base human characters. In fact, that's what we did for our Mass Effect Legendary Edition campaign, was an adept. So I am a big fan of that, primarily with Singularity plus Warp, Singularity plus Shockwave, Singularity plus Pull. So these are both primers, Pull and Singularity, which makes me feel like you take one, you don't really need to get the other. I could see taking multiple detonators, since if they have separate cooldowns, that means you can detonate more frequently, but I don't really see a situation in which you're going to benefit much from having two separate primers. So then it's always going to be the detonator that is your bottleneck. So I think that means long term we might be building around Singularity, or well, Shockwave plus as the detonator, plus take your pick between Pull and Singularity. And I'm a huge fan of Singularity, at least in Mass Effect 3. That's in large part why I love the base human as much as I do, base human adept as much as I do. So I feel like we go this way, especially because although I've not played this character, I've seen other people use Singularity, and it looks amazing in Andromeda. So that is, I think, what we'll focus on. We might just not invest at all in Pull, unless, let's see if there's anything at later levels that looks really intriguing. I mean, you can carry them, the enemies that are pulled, right? If you hold the button, which is kind of gimmicky, but in a totally hilarious way, which, I mean, I'm kind of for that, but at the same time, I feel like at least initially we should probably go for a more straightforward approach. Is there any other reason why this would rise above Singularity as our preferred primer? You can pull two enemies, head-to targets, take more damage from all sources. Okay, now that is good. That is objectively very good. Debuffing enemies to take 30% more damage. That is pretty sweet. 60 damage per second, I mean, that's something. But I don't really think that's ever going to be the primary reason for using this. Especially when that is so good, I think you're probably just not going to take that at all. Drains enemy shields on an initial hit. 600 shield damage, it's not bad. But targets whose shields endure still cannot be lifted or held. Yeah, okay, so you need to get rid of shields before they can even be pulled at all. Restore shields while pull is maintained to hold an enemy. Oh, wait. Can you only hold an enemy if you go all the way up to rank 6? That's the only way to do it? Wait, I thought hold button drags a target, enemy, or object along with the user. Does that only bring them toward you like a magnet, but you cannot walk with them, and you can only walk with them if you have this? Or is this just the whole... Yeah, when you do that, you also leech shields. I think that's just leeching shields. I think you can still walk with them with this. Anyways, my point there was basically if you can only walk around with them at rank 6, then that makes it an even harder case to be made for focusing on that. But I would like to go Singularity. Let's just check here. Gravity Well lifts damages unshielded and unarmored enemies, primes enemies for combo detonation. So primer, like pull, only primes enemies that are unshielded and unarmored, though it seems like there's not really a workaround for that. So especially on higher difficulties where there are going to be more of the stronger enemies, that could become trickier, and it takes longer to get rid of shields on enemies that do have shields. That could become trickier to set that up. Tap again to end the effect early. Okay. It's 35 damage. It starts with damage per second, not as much as Pull had from that level that it got for damage, but I mean, it gets the damage rank 1. Radius is 3 meters. Compare that to Pull's 1 target, or 2 targets if you level that up. Duration is 8 seconds. Recharge time is 20 seconds. That's a long recharge time. Yeah, that seems like that's the main difference in that case between Pull and Singularity. Singularity takes a very long time to get back. I mean, 10% of 20 seconds is 2 seconds, which is in a vacuum. Pretty good improvement, but still leaves you 18 seconds. It's still a lot. Increased damage per second. I mean, I don't think the damage per second is the big thing. Duration, radius, 40% duration. So does the recharge start ticking as soon as you cast Singularity, or does it only start coming back off cooldown once the Singularity ends? That's important because that's an 8-second difference. It's like, is this functionally a 12-second recharge time because for the first 8 seconds you have this up? Or is it actually 20 because you get it up and only once it finishes is the cooldown going to start, and that means you're waiting for a very long time. And that also affects the value of the duration, because if the cooldown begins as soon as you throw the Singularity, then functionally increasing the duration is also an improvement on cooldown, because it means you have more time, more uptime for Singularity, less time in which you're waiting for it to come off cooldown. I mean, radius 25% gives you, ooh, not even a meter. Okay, so I'm definitely leaning toward duration there, but I am kind of tempted to test that first. Recharge speed, that would be kind of nice as well. Damage against shields. I mean, I feel like Singularity, it's not here to deal damage. It's here to set up explosions and crowd control. Singularity explodes after the effect ends, dealing damage in a 7-meter radius. Okay, that is the same, or at least very similar to what it does in Mass Effect 3 for one of the options at rank 6. 700 damage is a lot. 7 meters is a lot. Radius expands by 200% over the Singularity lifetime. That is also one of the options for Singularity in Mass Effect 3. I mean, 200% is a lot, but the base radius is not that big. And if you want the damage on explosion, the explosion damage when the Singularity ends, then you actually don't want duration here. So there is kind of a cause and effect, or at least a interrelation between these things, where if I was saying duration was appealing, and that probably means you would want to have it expand. Oh, wait. But does this mean that it slowly expands 200% spread out over the course of the entire duration? So if you have a short duration Singularity, then technically it is reaching its maximum radius more quickly, whereas if you increase the duration, that means it takes longer before it reaches that max radius, so it actually has an anti-synergy with basically everything. Yeah, that stinks. Or there's no great option. Seemingly no great option. I mean, it feels like we should not invest all of our points in Singularity immediately because we have some questions. We still have some questions. So I think we take these first 3 levels, and our first question is, when does the recharge start? Does it start immediately after throwing the Singularity, or only after the Singularity actually ends? Shockwave, we definitely want. This is our detonator. We have seen this on the Vanguard, although I think we might have only had it level 1. So blast enemies, line of explosion, proceeds through walls. Okay, so wall hacks like it does in Mass Effect 3, and other solid objects. Shockwave detonates, combo primers, good. Okay, the cooldown is 12 seconds. That is longer than I wanted that to be. I thought that 8 was usually the sort of default. Recharge speed, damage force. What is the base damage? 400? Add 30%. That does start to add 50%. That does start to add up pretty quickly. Radius. So can this detonate multiple explosions if multiple enemies are primed in a Singularity? I do not know. I do not know. I think we tested that with Chain Overload and it did not work. It did not detonate multiple times. So that would make me skeptical that that would work. But, well, then again, in Mass Effect 3, technically, well, Mass Effect 3, both Chain Overload and Shockwave, rather, can both detonate multiple times. So maybe it's still possible. So these are, it does describe it as separate explosions, right? A line of explosions, rather than a single explosion. So, like, could each individual explosion do its own distinct detonation? I don't know. Questions about Singularity, or rather, questions about Shockwave as well in that case. So maybe we take some, at least the initial power damage. We can get up there as well. Whoa, up there as well, for even more power damage and force. Ooh. These are very nice passives. Affecting enemies with biotics now causes them to take increased damage from all sources. So for singularity/pull in particular, 20% debuff, that's huge. I mean, combo damage and radius is also huge. I mean, on paper, this looks like a really good set of skills. The caveat being that we can't really prime people if they have shields/armor, which, especially in higher difficulties, could certainly start to be an issue. After using a power, increase power damage and force by 40% for 3 seconds, assuming you're using powers regularly. That is basically a permanent 40% damage upgrade. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, and the other stuff is weapon, and I think we are definitely going the power route with this guy. Then the question of just, do we put on some defenses here? We might keep some of our skill points unspent here initially, just so that we can, as soon as we determine some of the questions, answers to some of the questions we have, we can start throwing points straight into those things. Okay, so let's do this. Enough theory. We'll throw on, well, not this. We'll throw on, I think we have at least commando package, if not something better still for pure biotic damage. Martial biotic amp is biotic power plus melee power. Okay, I guess that's gonna be it then. And then for the weapon, I mean, I don't think this is really the time to be experimenting, or at least focusing on experimenting with new weapons. Let's try to keep it relatively simple here. Maybe we'll go Eagle, which we've used a little bit in the past and was pretty solid for us. With damage, go Piercing probably. Yeah. Okay. So let's try this out. So we might just join someone else's. I mean, unless, if anyone from chat wants to jump in, let me know. Absolutely. We have obviously had room, and we can make a lobby that will have room if people are interested in jumping in. But otherwise, at least as of right now, I might hop into an existing lobby and see what other people are up to. Is there a specific difficulty or criteria? We were saying definitely not this, not at the moment. So let's maybe just jump into a bronze match. Start small with this guy. I mean, obviously, we do higher difficulties early on, and we're gonna... Okay, this is the bronze apex, which hand-to-hand means melee stuff and reduced power damage. Alright, it's not exactly the best experiment. Not exactly the best way to set ourselves up with our initial test with this guy, but it is bronze, so we should still be fine. From that standpoint, from the... Oh, okay, well, also this is about to end. From the standpoint of trying to get a good sense of what is the damage like on these skills, that's maybe not the same. Okay, but I'll tell you what, even before the enemies start showing up... Okay, so I'm looking at the cooldown. It looks like the cooldown does not start until the singularity ends. Yes, correct. Wow. Okay, so that is a really long time to wait for singularity to come back off cooldown in that case. Now, I haven't been counting, but I assume that it is the full, whatever, 20 seconds, or now 18 seconds on the cooldown. It's not like it's, this. So that's the combo we're gonna be trying to spam a whole lot of. But it's not, I assume it's not as if, okay, this is where things get tricky when our combos, or when our skills take this long to come back off cooldown. But I assume it's not as if like, oh, well, the bar doesn't start moving early on. But no, it factors in how long the singularity was active for when it starts up the effect. Okay, well that's gonna hurt us a lot. You know, it's not like, well, it factored in that it already had been up for 8 seconds, and then even though on paper it says it's 20 seconds, it's actually 20 minus 8, and therefore the bar is gonna finish refilling after 12 seconds. Like, no, I assume that would be pretty crazy if that were the case. Oh, we do have got some extra friends here now, didn't we? Okay, also, this is a terrible spot to be standing right now. And also, goodness gracious, what happened to our corpse? Okay, we should go. Is that the same person? That might still be just one person. Okay, so brief as this mission was, we actually did still have the opportunity to learn something very important, and that is that singularity cooldown is going to be a pain in the butt. A royal pain in the butt. I mean, for what it's worth, anything that gives a percentage cooldown reduction for something that has such a high base... Oh, okay, we'll get a few levels quickly from that, but for something that has such a high base cooldown time, you know, 10% cooldown, which seems like that's not a very big deal. That was 2 seconds. We already got some of that. And then... Okay, well, they've fled the scene of the crime. Fair enough. Wait, what? Oh, well, apparently I forgot to confirm any of our skills. So, alright, fair enough. So that was a full 20 seconds in that case. But that's why I was saying before, duration, potentially double-edged sword. Yes, it lasts longer, but that also means it's going to take a very long time until you get this back off cooldown, which is maybe not a terrible thing if, you know, that just means that the current singularity is there for longer. But it's not all sunshine and roses, because if, for example, you throw out a singularity, you don't like where you put out that singularity, well, tough luck. It's going to be there for, after doing this, more than 8 seconds, and, you know, like 10-ish seconds, and then after that, you're still going to have to wait 18 seconds with our recharge time there. So that means that, well, you better be really sure you're placing that singularity where you want to, because it's going to take a long time before it comes back. So that does kind of stink a lot. So I feel like you kind of need this. 40% recharge. I mean, that is a lot, especially for something that is 20 base recharge time. But what I'm wondering is, like, is it worth, rather than going the damage route, is it worth, rather than going the damage route with commando package, is it worth seeing if there's something with cooldown here? Expert package. I mean, yeah, power recharge speed 15%. That might be better. Tech power recharge, that's not as good of a fit. Okay, and I think the best recharge speed item is bugged, if I remember hearing correctly from a friend, and that it is extremely difficult to get it, and technically we did already mess something up that was the best way to acquire it, so might be quite some time before we get the best option for recharge stuff. But I mean, there's 15%, and that's, you know, 3 seconds on this ability, so that's a pretty big deal, just that alone. So I feel like maybe you do go radius, even though the 25% on just a 3 base radius ability does not excite me that much. You do that, you do recharge speed, and then I guess you do explosion. Unless you... I mean, you don't have the duration, so you can do explosion. Unless it is still better to go with the radius. I mean, it does kind of work well with that radius there. %, I mean, an extra 3 meters. And remember, the radius is... It's radius, not area. So doubling the radius does a lot more to the area. A lot more than doubles it. You do this. You do this. It's just a matter of... But you are getting a 7-meter radius, at least on the explosion. Guess you do the explosion. Do that. Okay. Let's get some points into shockwave. The recharge speed, damage force, and then let's put a few points into the passive for reals this time. Okay, that seems like a pretty good mix. Save those changes. Actually save them this time. Alright. So now we've already learned a fair bit, as brief as our previous match with this guy was. Let's see if we can get into another, hopefully, close to full length, if not full length match now. Where we can actually test this guy out. I mean, it's maybe not the worst thing in the world if we were to go... Okay, well, probably don't want to solo... Okay. Well, we don't have to solo bronze. In fact, hold on. Let's go... It was Sandstorm and Ket, right? It's the daily, and we have not technically finished that. And I have played several matches with this person in between streams, and they are very good. So, they can definitely help us out. I mean, on bronze, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. We basically just needed another person of any variety, and we would probably be fine. And assuming we can level up once or twice here from this match now, then hopefully that means we can, you know, just throw a few points maybe into fitness. So we have a little more survivability. And then at that point we could probably bump it up to silver, especially if we have now an additional person. I don't think I know that person. I've never played with them. Okay, so remind me, key bindings. Full shockwave, or full singularity shockwave. So, we need to be very mindful of the singularity locations. Like, do we put it right here? On the edge-ish of this area? Where if enemies want to come up to get us, they're going to have to run into the singularity. There's the explosion. Which might have gotten a kill. I think it did. Okay. The damage on the explosion is theoretically fairly high. Not quite sticky grenade territory. It's like slightly more than half that, but sticky grenade is a very high damage skill, so that's maybe not the fairest of comparisons. Okay, so that's full. How long can I hold this dude for? Can I hold? So, yes, we can hold him even with only level 1. Can we, like, toss him off the edge of the map? Is this a thing that we can do? It is a thing that we can do.
Be ready.
It only gave us 10 points? What? Why do we get less points for picking the enemies up and dropping them off the edge of the map? I object. I was about to say that was gonna be how we were gonna play the rest of this match. But yeah, so that's the gimmicky direction you could go in with this character. We technically were saying we weren't really gonna focus on that aspect. Theoretically, there are enemies over here somewhere. So again, we want to be very mindful of where we drop the singularity, because if we choose wrong, then it's going to be a long time until we get it back. But also, these teammates are good enough that they're probably going to be killing a lot of enemies very quickly, and so we won't have a lot of time to be experimenting with stuff, I suppose. Ooh, look at that. Okay, so singularity actually can track for a little bit, can hold. Okay, that time I did not hold the pull. And it's not as if the enemy just immediately drops down after you end the pull. They did still float around a bit, so it's all good to know. All that stuff is good to know. Is that a shockwave that did not kill the enemy in one hit on bronze? Because if so, then that
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
is a little concerning. I mean, yes, we still have additional points we can spend on shockwave and on our passives, but it is still, on paper, a pretty high damage skill.
Tracking reinforcements.
So that's a little concerning. Okay, not really sure how much we're going to be contributing to objectives, but we can try.
Find artifacts and return to the drop point. Marking first location on your HUD.
Especially because we might have some infiltrators here. Yeah, theoretically are a lot of enemies there. If we hit the detonation, that would have been great, but apparently we missed it. The exploding singularity might get some kills.
Got the drop.
Maybe. And then I was getting hit, so I didn't have time to take a peek. Where's this next one? Is down there.
Artifact recovered.
Oh, naturally, it's right where we were. As soon as I deviate from the spot we were at before, that's where it shows up. Okay, we should probably still have the infiltrator take it. That would probably be the best move. Heard the wraith, but I don't see it. Steven! Thanks for the sub. The gifted sub at that. It's very kind of you. How's it going? I admittedly just totally blindly threw down that singularity there, which is exactly what I was saying we probably don't want to do. Okay, now we see how bad is it. It doesn't... We're just looking at the speed at which that cooldown comes back. Oh, I was gonna say, that seems like that's way faster than 20 seconds. But no, at this point we've fully leveled singularity, right? Including several upgrades that improved the recharge speed. And we also took an item that gave us recharge speed. And so, I think in total...
3 more to go.
How much do we have now? I think we have... What? It was 10 from the original upgrade. I think there was another upgrade from the tree that gave us 40%, so that's 50 total, and then I think we got another 15 from our items, so 65% total.
Enemies incoming.
Which, please don't ask me to do the mental math on that. No, that's 13 seconds off the cooldown, right? Of a 20 base second cooldown skill, so that means we have 7-second cooldown, and that feels like about what we're seeing here. So okay, that checks out. Because at first I saw that and I was like, whoa, that's way faster than I thought it would be. Why did that happen? Was our previous theory that maybe... Can you pull an enemy into singularity? That'd be kind of hilarious. You probably can. But was our original theory that, or question, that maybe the cooldown actually might start, or at least be based on the time when you initiate rather than when the singularity ends? No, I think it's just that we got a whole bunch of additional cooldown speed.
3 left. Go get 'em.
Haven't seen Andromeda multiplayer since it came out. Oh, nice. Well, right now we're, admittedly, for the past 2 or 3 minutes, I've been paying like, exponentially more attention to chat and trying to do mental math than what has been showing up on the screen, like to the point where you probably could have put anything on the screen in front of me and I would not have taken any notice of it. There are probably at least a few occasions on which there was an enemy right in front of us that I did not shoot at because I was paying 0 attention to them. But besides that, we are also experimenting with a new character here. But we're having some fun with it. So this is our second time with an asterisk. Oh, that doesn't look good. Second time using the base human adept is what we have right now. The asterisk is because we played one match with this character just before this. One match in which we joined the lobby. And it was the last wave, or it was the second to last wave, and then as soon as we had stepped 1 foot, it was the last wave. So we didn't exactly have any, or much time to do much of anything with this character on that match. So this is the first real match with this guy.
Intelligence needs data from your location. Look for an entry point.
Still low level, and we still are very much figuring out what makes this guy tick. But in theory, it should be stuff like that. Explode. Explode singularity. Explode singularity. Thank you, singularity. Excuse me, ma'am. Please do not explode the explosive container that was right next to me while I'm standing here. I would not appreciate that. Oh, that doesn't look good. That seems like a thing that we might want to be concerned about. Don't worry about it, though. It's actually fine. Everything is actually completely fine. And explosive singularity is the best, confirmed. Possibly, maybe, kind of, sort of. I also need to get a much better feel for just how long the range on Shockwave is. Like, how far can I detonate our singularities from? Or other things? apparently I just missed. You dead? You are dead. You are not dead. I'm just gonna... Oh, that's an explosive container that I did not intend to pick up. I just wanted to pull the guy through the singularity to see what would happen. Then, picked up an explosive in the process, and that made things a little bit spicier. But yeah, so I'm still pretty new to Andromeda multiplayer.
We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
I am no expert. And there's the whole, like, this character in particular I'm extremely new to, but even beyond just that, that seems like a good place to drop a singularity. Now, okay. Now, earlier, it seemed like the singularity would warp a little, or, not warp, home a little bit onto enemies. That was clearly not the case on that occasion. Okay, excuse me, please, allow me to do this. And that. Who did that? Probably all of our squad mates over here. I was looking forward to blowing up the big boss enemy, and then I didn't get the chance to blow up the big boss enemy, and I was disappointed. So instead, what I'm going to do is walk off the edge of the map with this enemy. Who did that? How dare you? Can a man not just walk off the edge of the map with the enemy? Thank you. That's all I ask for. That's all I ask for. Is that so much? Alright, who's next, though? You're next. Don't shoot this guy! He must be thrown off the edge of the map. I am very disappointed that it gives you an order of magnitude less points for throwing the or dropping the enemy off the edge of the map compared to killing him a conventional way. Come on. Why are you discouraging us from doing that? What, you mean you want us to actually shoot at the enemies and use our powers to directly deal damage? I mean, yeah, sure, but it's not like it's actually practical to drag and drop every single enemy off the edge of the map. So if someone actually wants to go out of their way to do that, then, I mean, that should be totally fine, right? You don't need to punish them by giving them less experience and all that. But okay, so that was our first real match with this character. Granted, we, you know, were distracted and maybe not focusing that much on maximizing our contributions to this match, but hopefully we can still pick up a level or two here. And we did get both dailies done there. Okay, and that's a little surprising since I didn't really do much in terms of scoring points against the cat. But okay, so now we can probably bump this up to silver, I would think. But maybe we first just spec 3 points here, so we could go shields, shield regeneration. I think that's probably the direction we go. We just get a little more defensive so that we feel like we can bump this up one more difficulty. Our squad mates have left us. They've abandoned us. Now we gotta go plat solo. Let's do it. Or we do random and see what difficulty it puts us on. Maybe it's plat. Maybe it's bronze. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, like the... Oh, actually, it should tell us exactly what the cooldown is on Singularity now. Should be like 7 seconds, right? No, it's 10 seconds? Okay, my mental... Oh, no. Oh, wait, here it is. Recharged... Oh, no, it's minus 7 seconds for 13 seconds total. Okay, I mean, it's not that bad. The 20 seconds was kind of scary, because that's a long time to wait. Getting down to 13 feels much more manageable. Okay. And we might be able to get more cooldown reduction for Shockwave, although we'll probably go damage. We'll probably go damage instead. Okay, let's maybe... I mean, we can try changing this to... Maybe not plat. Maybe silver. See if anyone jumps in, otherwise we can hop into someone else's silver lobby. I mean, unless, again, if anyone from chat wants to jump in, you're welcome to. Happy to do whatever difficulty you guys want. Nah, I mean, if you do want to do plat, yeah, maybe best if we were to switch characters just to someone else, but We could try. Silver with this guy. I feel like is the next logical step. If we were to go gold, I mean, it'd be definitely be tough, I think, at the very least, though. Let's hop out, and we'll join someone else's match. We'll go silver. Let's do at least one match on silver with this guy. Do combos still work? They do. Are you referring to the whole, like, shockwave bug in Mass Effect 3? Okay, no one is doing anything on silver. Because I have no idea if shockwave is bugged in Andromeda, to be honest with you. And that thought kind of terrifies me. So I'm hoping that it's fine. I assume it's fine. I'm hoping that's just a Mass Effect 3 thing. But I cannot say that with confidence. Why don't we... I mean, I guess... Yeah, let's set it probably still to that same map, which was Sandstorm, probably the same enemy, which is Ket, just because that is the combination that some people are looking forward to do for the daily. We've already finished it, but makes us more likely to get people in here to tag along with us. Random pugs, I would think. I mean, I guess we could. If people don't immediately join, we could just set ourselves to join whatever difficulty is available, and maybe we will end up on plat in that case, and then things would get very interesting. What is it, a level 4 character on plat? What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? I can't think of a single thing. Okay, but no one's joining us here, so let's go. Any difficulty. It's silver. But we were trying to do silver just a minute ago. Why did these people not show up? What the heck? Just regular combos, or do powers not interact with each other? Oh, yeah, so they do. Actually, it's simplified a little bit in Andromeda. Yes, they do still combine for combos, 100%. The thing is, though, that when it comes to priming and detonating, it's much more straightforward, because if you prime, I mean, the priming ability still determines, you know, is it a biotic explosion? Is it a fire explosion? Is it a tech explosion? All that stuff, cryo explosion. But the way that it's actually simpler is that, I did not mean to do that, but I guess we'll make it work. The simpler version, or the way in which it is simplified, is that we do that. If a skill detonates, it will detonate any ability. There's no question of, well, does it detonate this type of combo, but not this type of combo, which is a thing in Mass Effect 3. Absolutely. There are some skills that are universal detonators, where you don't have to worry about it. They'll blow up any type of combo, but other skills that only can blow up certain types. And then it does potentially get tricky. Okay, like, where are all the enemies? Well, the enemies are right on top of me, of course. Thank you for asking. There you go. There's a biotic combo. I was trying to pull that guy over here. I missed. In case that wasn't clear. Now I will try again. What? He said no!
Stay in cover.
I pulled him and he said no. So yeah, like, biotic combos in particular, in Mass Effect 3, there are a lot of skills that
Enemies cleared.
can,
What's next?
like, biotic skills will always detonate biotics, or biotic detonators will always detonate biotically primed enemies,
your
but
way.
there are a lot of skills like Overload does not detonate biotics, Concussive Shot does not detonate biotics, but will detonate other types of things, so that is a factor for Mass Effect 3. It is not a factor for Mass Effect Andromeda, because if it detonates any and everything. So in that sense, it is nice. Especially for someone who's newer to Andromeda like me, who's like, I don't know the precise nuances of all these skills. You know, I'm not sure if there are certain types of ways that I can detonate this skill and other ways in which I cannot. So fortunately, I don't have to worry about that though, because it is just as simple as detonating skills detonate. Priming skills, or they do, again, the priming skills do determine what type of combo it is. So for us, it's going to be all biotic stuff. But those were amazing shots. And by amazing shots, I mean about the 25% of the shots that hit the enemy were amazing. The other 75%, we'll never speak about.
3 more to go.
Come up here, I dare ya. I dare ya. Yeah, but you can only be primed if you are shieldless. Now you're shieldless.
Just one left.
I guess they killed you. It wasn't the detonation. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so it definitely, I think that aspect is nice. Specifically that whole setting up combos aspect being simpler is nice, because that is one thing that it felt like at times was a little bit needlessly complex for Mass Effect 3. Oh, what? Oh. So theoretically, someone here. In terms of the overall, done. Overall gameplay for Andromeda. Let's see. There are definitely some things that are quite different. Obviously, it's a different game. Similar format, but different game. Objectives being one of the things that is probably, and just the general wave, this is gonna kill me. The general wave flow is very different because it's only 7 waves.
Get the last one.
It's not 10 waves in Andromeda. So it's much quicker. Which I think I've become a fan of. You know, before playing Andromeda multiplayer, that was never really a major concern that I had. I was never like, oh, you know, Mass Effect 3 multiplayer would be great if only the matches were a little bit shorter. Hello. Please don't punch me. Okay, there's another question answered. Yes, Shockwave can detonate two combos with 1 use. That just happened there, or at least the sound effect happened. I didn't really take notice to whether the little word prompt, text prompt, showed up on 2 separate occasions, or maybe it stayed on the screen for longer. But yeah, so the matches are faster because there are fewer waves. Which again, initially, you know, was not really a concern that I had of Mass Effect 3, but now that I've gotten a little more used to the flow of Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, I do like it. I think it is nice, especially when, you know, you're testing out new stuff, as we kind of are now. It makes it easier to mix and match your setup for different go-rounds. Eventually we'll hit you. Maybe.
Get out of the way.
Just pull and then singularity you, because that makes a lot of sense. Like, sure, it's not a huge difference for 1 match. It's like, what, about 20 minutes for Mass Effect 3 matches in general? Whereas for Andromeda, it's about 14 or so. It's like 5-6 minutes faster. So for 1 match, that's not a huge difference. But if you're doing, you know, a few hours worth of games, then that definitely starts to add up. But the additional matches you would get in Andromeda compared to Mass Effect 3, because the Andromeda matches are going faster. So I do like that. And I did actually find myself last week in particular, now that I've been playing more Andromeda matches, last week when I started doing our Mass Effect 3 matches on stream, there were a few times where we are on Wave 7 in a Mass Effect 3 multiplayer match, and I was like, okay, so we're on extraction now, right? Like, we're about at the end of the match, aren't we? And it's like, oh no, Lids, we still have a whole nother objective, and several waves to go. So what are you talking about?
One more.
So that will take a little getting used to.
Stay in cover.
Did that work? That did work. So yeah, there are some things that might make it a little confusing at times to mix and match, hop back and forth between Mass Effect 3 and Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer. Also, little more nuanced things. Oh, someone else is humanity as well. You can cloak, and you can run and dodge while you have the objective, like pizza, which is pretty crazy. It basically means that infiltrators, any infiltrator is absolutely busted. It's like hacks. You can just sit cloaked in the area repeatedly, you know, for like extended periods of time. I'm also currently paying 0 attention to where the objective is. Are we close to the objective? You know, we might want to contribute toward the objective. It'd help if we didn't kind of glitch through that cover, though. So, like in Mass Effect 3, you can cloak for the devices. Oh, wait, no, this is pizza. This is not just devices. This is pizza. So here, you see, I can sprint, I can jump, do all these things. If I were an infiltrator, I could cloak while I'm doing that as well, which makes it much quicker and easier to deliver the pizzas. Especially if you're an infiltrator. Who did that? Who did that? Oh, ow, ow. There are also more pizzas to be delivered. Still need cases to unlock stuff, so the unlocks are similar but not identical the way that they work. There are multiple different types of currency. So you have the credits that you get from finishing matches like you do in Mass Effect 3. And with those traits you unlock like Mass Effect 3, you can get characters and you can get weapons. However, you can get consumables. However, there's one exception. You cannot get the gear slot, the like passive bonus stuff that does not get consumed. You know, things like commando package and what else? Like there are ones that are distinct, like survivor loadout, responder loadout, Batarian Gauntlet, stuff like that. You cannot get those in Andromeda from the packs that you unlock from the credits you get from matches. Hello, all the boss enemies. Instead, you have to use a different currency for those, and that currency is more difficult to come by. That currency you only get from doing certain special missions that have additional modifiers on them in multiplayer, or there are also some that you can do with a, like, what is functionally NPCs that you sort of like functionally hire to go out on missions on your behalf. Is sort of a way to think about it, and it's something that you can do in the Andromeda single player as well. You're like, why would you want an NPC team for multiplayer stuff? It is because it's sort of a way to just add another layer of things to do in single player. And it's sort of the link between single player, and multiplayer. So basically you have these NPC teams that go out, you send them on missions. Some missions are more difficult than others. They, like in player versions of matches, there's a bronze, a silver, gold, and there actually aren't any flat missions for that. But, ooh, that's gonna kill us if we don't heal. I'd like some cover. So the harder ones, you can still hit me from there. The harder ones, they have a lower chance of succeeding against, but they have a percentage for likelihood to succeed in those matches. The higher the difficulty, the more likely they are to fail. Although the better the better the rewards are for single player, the rewards for multiplayer are the same. And there are some additional modifiers like, oh, this enemy is scary, and your NPC team might have bonus effectiveness against scary teams, so they might have a penalty against scary teams. So basically, you like manage your teams for that stuff, and they complement what you do yourself personally in multiplayer. It's like the MP credits you see at the top of the screen, that's what we gain from completing matches of multiplayer. The mission funds you see to the right of that, that's the alternate currency that we only get from completing special multiplayer missions and or from sending out the NPC teams to do fake missions on our behalf. And if we go to the store, you see these are the boxes that we can spend with the credits we earn from matches, whereas this item store is all stuff like armored compartments, combatives upgrade, warfighter package. All of these things you can only get with the mission funds. So you only get those from the special missions and from the NPC team doing things on your behalf. So in that way, it's different. Okay, we are not hosts. They are hosts. Okay, so they're sticking with silver. That's fine. I did not pay any attention to how many, if any, levels we got there. I assume we probably did. Okay, so what are we? One moment, please. Damage and force on Shockwave? Yeah, probably. Sure. Oh, and it's only this other person now. We'll be fine, right? We'll be fine with a silver duo. We're level 6 now. We are officially ready, I guess. Maybe.
We need to secure this position.
So now, if it's just the two of us, we might need to, actually focus a little bit more and make more of a conscious effort to make meaningful contributions. So that's annoying. I do not like how our Shockwave missed / either that or was ended just before it reached the Shockwave for the detonation. Not a fan of that. As I think I was saying before, the base human adept is one of my favorite characters, my favorite base character in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, but is just in a vacuum, one of my favorite characters in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. But the reason for that is primarily, yes, it does have Shockwave plus Shockwave plus, Shockwave Singularity. But I'm not a huge fan of Shockwave. I like Shockwave plus, I like Singularity plus Warp. We have Singularity, we do not have Warp. I don't like Shockwave in Mass Effect 3 at least, because I find it wonky to aim it. Yes, it has the whole bug thing where it can just flat out not hit anything at all, but even outside of that, even when it is functioning as it is supposed to function, it still feels to me like it's a pain in the butt to aim it sometimes. So, I'm usually not a big fan of Shockwave for that reason. We did get another person. We now have 3 total. So, we shall see in Andromeda. Since I didn't use Shockwave at all in the campaign for Andromeda. No. I was tempted to pull that guy. Reverses momentum.
3 more to go.
Say hello to my little friend. I mean, I don't really know where we're going with this guy, to be honest with you. There isn't really a ledge on this side of the map.
Tracking reinforcements.
Good.
No worries, Steven. Thanks for stopping by.
Clear out.
Catch you later. hear baddies. That was not exactly the best aim, nor was that the best aim. Let's just miss with all of our abilities while we're at it. Hello. Okay, tell you what we're gonna do. We are gonna walk you. Oh, well, I was gonna walk you over into that singularity so you could get blown up. And the singularity ended. So the plan didn't really work out. Oh well. This looks like a nice singularity though. Right? Right? Come on, get sucked up into the singularity. There we go. See, just pull you into the singularity just in time for the explosion to hit you. It's maybe not the most conventional way to maximize value on the singularity, but it is a way. Hello. I mean, and it feels like, I mean, our damage is, what, singularity plus shockwave, if we just immediately use it and set it off on a basic enemy, I think it is still a little bit less. Can we pull you? No! I wanted to pull that guy back.
Get the last one.
Oh, that would have been great. He's all the way on the opposite side of the map. Completely reverses momentum. It didn't work. But yeah, it seems like singularity plus immediate shockwave is not quite enough to one-shot. I don't know if that counts as a one-shot or a two-shot. An enemy.
Got it.
Which kind of stinks. So having a little more damage would be nice, but you know, if we're willing to at least occasionally shoot our weapon a little bit, then our damage is fine. Just kind of trying to consciously make an effort to rely more on the skills, because that's what is unique to this character and the weapon we could use on anybody. And there isn't really any unique thing that we are doing with this character to set up our weapon. I like the part where you killed the enemy that I was sending that singularity toward right before the singularity arrived. No, but it's not like a, you know, a tactical cloak where we're making a conscious effort to support our weapon damage.
Data received. Loud and clear.
We aren't exactly stacking weapon damage on our passives or other complementary skills. I mean, I guess maybe alternate approach.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Rather than using pull and singularity as primers, you instead just use them for stunning enemies.
Enemies down.
And
Keep your guard up.
do use
What's next?
this character as a weapons platform. That feels very unconventional,
Enemies
but
incoming.
I don't know. Maybe you have a good enough weapon, you could make it work.
Gather round now.
Oh, what? That really looks like our singularity was detonating. Maybe someone else was detonating with our singularity that are immediately as soon as we cut our singularity down.
Stay in cover.
So this is where, I mean, there must be some characters that have the combination of pull plus throw, right? It's like we do that, you are about to get meleeed by this dude. They are stunned while they're being pulled and for a brief period after as well. So there is something to be said. At least something to be said for using this guy set up. Like, here, we'll just do some target practice with our teammates. Hey, anybody want this guy? You want this guy? No? You don't want this guy? Okay, fine. Ow. Ow. Please stop that. Please get sucked up in the
Squad member down.
singularity. They did not get sucked up in the singularity.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
I'm in your debt.
Pull up! Oh, we did hit him. And we got an assist for it.
Done.
We got a little bit of damage, but it didn't didn't reverse his momentum at all, unfortunately.
Clear out!
Okay, so it seemed like last time we needed to get closer to actually do this. You're gonna get exploded when this goes off, except that didn't really do the same amount, or the quantity of damage I was hoping it would. Oh, hello, I did not see you there. Also, I'd like to go up here. And that Wraith is probably still behind us, and so I would like to get up here. But I may... Well, I mean... Yes, do that. Not exactly the way that I hoped that would play out, but I guess it worked. Hello, sir. Oh. Nope, that was us. Pull him! No, I missed. I'm pretty sure that I just did not aim properly at him. Oh, I also have paid zero attention to this stuff over here, but that's cool.
Shields down!
Okay, well, you're gonna have to be the target instead. I mean, I guess we could... Oh, no. Well, there's this little ledge over here. Yes, we could drop you off
Relay. Go get him.
on this edge, off the edge of the map, but I need to go a little bit further with you to make that happen. And it does seem like one of our squad mates is
Good.
making some effort, at least, to consistently throw enemies off the edge of the map. They've done it on a few occasions.
Critical data. Find
There's one there. There's one there. Where's the last one? Oh, right here. Okay, well, we should probably do this one. We probably chose the most difficult one, by the looks of things, though. So, be it, I guess. That's not gonna end well. That's also not gonna end well. Go bada boom. Felt like that was worth it.
fragment uploaded.
They're having success over there, so I think we just leave them alone. And we go and try to cause some trouble over here. I am pleasantly surprised that that hit the target. That mid-jump singularity that thankfully did home enough to still hit that guy. Oh, hello. Hello, sir. Oh, I was gonna pull him over here. There's a lot of potential to do some ridiculously gimmicky stuff. And I definitely have seen people who have just grabbed an enemy with pull and walked the entire length of a map to try to drop them off the edge of the map.
Nearly through.
Now, there's a lot of enemies here all of a sudden.
Relay. Go get him.
I mean, if you could actually lift and pull enemies that had armor, then it would be possible to get every enemy in a wave. That should hit, right? Yeah, yeah.
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
Done.
So then naturally my next thought is, okay, so obviously that means everyone exclusively gets kills by pulling and dropping enemies off the edge of the map. But unfortunately, it wouldn't work because the bosses wouldn't be able to kill them that way. As much as I wish you could. Oh, wait. Yeah. So there I saw that our singularity was not on cooldown. So I tried to press it, and it did. But that was because you do have the option to end it prematurely if you want to. That is what happened on that occasion. That's the first time I think that I've done that. And I'm curious as to whether that reduces the cooldown. You know, is it one of the... Okay, I would also appreciate it if we could jump up here. You know, is it... That's... You know, is it one of those things like Cloak where if you only use a fraction of the duration, then that reduces the amount of time it takes to hit it off cooldown? So, you know, you only use a super brief cloak and it comes back fairly quickly. You use the full duration cloak and it takes a while for it to come back. So that's the same for the singularity. Then there might be some interesting stuff you could do there, where maybe the really advanced play is that you... One moment, please. Maybe the really advanced play is that you do the you drop the singularity, you immediately detonate it, and then with say shockwave. Oh, this is gonna hurt. And then as soon as you have done that detonation, you immediately deactivate the singularity because it's already done what you wanted it to do for the priming purposes, and you basically just get the singularity back more quickly in that case, which helps you to do your next detonation more quickly. Is that worth doing? I don't know. It would mean, I'm pretty sure, that you miss out on the explosion at the end of the duration, unless the explosion still happens, even if you end it prematurely. I don't know if it does. I didn't remember if we heard the sound effect when that happened that time. But that's... I don't know. Maybe that's worth doing. That's definitely a very different direction, playstyle-wise, to go in. Feels very unconventional. Alright, we got a level. Nice. Yeah, and they're the host still, so... They dictate what level or what difficulty we're on, unless we jump over to a different lobby. Now we have 5 points to work with, which means we could upgrade Shockwave. We went for... I mean, the radius is the one that's bugged in Mass Effect 3, so I guess probably a good thing we avoided that. Recharge speed, increase maximum distance. I mean, I'll be honest. Recharge speed might seem really good, but there have been many times where I've been disappointed by the reach. Oh, okay. Well, the reason why I was saying we were the only person left was who had not readied up was because everyone else left. But yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. Recharge speed is definitely very good, but especially when Shockwave is our only detonator. But maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe we don't really need the extra radius that much, but remember what I was saying at the beginning, that what I'm looking for with this adept is to give us a longer range version, because we have the Vanguard, we have the Sorry adept, who can both set off, well, the Sorry adept can set up a lot of explosions, the Vanguard can't really prime very easily, but they're both very close range. So I want a biotic character that can do stuff from range, and that's what intrigues me. And what is... hold on. Lifting Shockwave, which becomes a primer. Yes, it does exist in Mass Effect 3, and it's usually considered a big gimmick that's not worth doing, unless you're memeing. Damage against armor? Yeah, I mean, we'll probably end up taking that. Okay. So let's jump out for a second then. I mean, there's a chance. We don't have a lot of fitness right now, but we could potentially try even hopping on gold with this guy. And then we'll certainly get experience more quickly and level him up more quickly, which might be a useful thing to do. So maybe we give that a shot. If it's the Apex mission was pretty tough on gold today, I thought we were saying. But, okay, I do recognize at least one of the names here as a player who's pretty good. So, you know, they can help us out a little bit, right? We could potentially drop Eagle and instead go for something else, but not necessarily sure we have something that is objectively better. Or something that naturally fits what we're trying to do with the... Oh, wait, we need the pistol for commander package? No, that is the case for Mass Effect 3, but I don't think that's the case for Andromeda. It might be worth it, though, to use some consumables. I mean, yes, we could go for the extra experience stuff, but maybe we make some effort to make ourselves a little bit stronger here, so we aren't going to be dead weight. Biotic amp. 20% biotic damage. Oh, man. I mean, on one hand, it'd be kind of nice to have a sense for what the base damage is like on gold, but on this occasion, we'll power ourselves up so that we're still contributing even when we're on a little bit of a lower level compared to our squad mates here. Do we prefer that, or do we prefer the ammo type? We'll go with that. They're ready to go. They know what they're, or they have a sense as to what they're signing up for. We'll see. It is gold, so this will definitely be the most difficult one we've had thus far. I don't even think... We didn't do any gold matches with the infiltrator, did we? I think this is even more difficult than any matches we have with the infiltrator. The infiltrator definitely can do gold.
Hostile territory, people. Secure this position and stay
especially because it's, you know, now level 20. But this guy... We shall see. We shall see. This will be a good test. So we increase the range of shockwave. Oh, they're also going some biotic stuff. Where'd the enemies go? There. There we go. Damn, and it did hit. Oh, hello. But yeah, we sacrificed recharge time to get the extra range on the shockwave, which again is pretty questionable. I don't know if that's really going to pay off for us, because since shockwave is our only detonator, we really want to be spamming it as quickly as possible. Since we have 2 primers, we are not as reliant on the cooldown on singularity, unless, you know, I throw a pull out there and hit nothing. Where'd you go? There you are. Because as long as you don't waste one of them, you do have 2 primers in both singularity and pull. So maybe I was just a little too critical. A little too critical of
Just one left.
of shockwave's
Sensors clear for now.
range.
What's next?
But I mean, we always have another base human adept if we want to use that for something else later on. Hold on, we need to join the group and side shuffling. Slide to the left, slide to the right. 2 hops this time. There was a wraith. There's the wraith.
Shields down.
Incoming!
So now I might make more of a point of, you know, actually using our weapon. Whoops, he says as he somehow falls down there. I'm not trying to use the shields on. Oh, hello. You're dead. I take it back. I didn't mean it.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I heard a wraith right on top of us.
One more.
So basically,
Sensors
the whole
clear
setup,
now. Great shooting.
we prioritized that right there. Being able to more easily prime with singularity and detonate from shockwave, even from greater distance. We sacrificed the speed at which we could do that, though, to increase our range.
Send it on the field.
Scratch That's one target.
Well, it's dead. Never mind. Can I get a refund on the shockwave? I mean, I technically can. So I detonated it early. Not the earliest possible. Oh, see, kind of hard to tell if that's any faster than usual. Oh, hold on. Yes, I do want to be here. Oh, well, never mind. I don't want to be here. We'll get rid of that shockwave. It sounded like it made the explosion sound. Maybe it does still explode even if you detonate it early. So you cannot get picked up. Still detonate? It does still detonate a biotic component. Okay, so that's good. That is multiple enemies behind me, in fact. Hello, friends. It's like I thought I saw something there. Oh. Hello, sir. Oh, I did not dodge out of the way quickly enough. Just wanted to get rid of his shield so he would actually be picked up by the singularity. Now he's picked up by the singularity when we're dead. Thank you, pal.
Info on a new target incoming. Stand by.
The wave is over. There are definitely no new targets. Okay, so yeah, that works. Even if they're... Whoa, even if they have shields on. It might not get picked up by the singularity, but it does still prime them, it seems. Unless they're primed for a biotic combo from someone else, but I kind of doubt that. Right somewhere? Right here. Okay, well that's one that can't immediately shoot us. And it will get primed. How? Need potential to get rid of the other. Oh. One moment, please. Please wait for me to be able to do that. Except you were dead by the time I was able to do that, so it was not nearly as effective, as useful as I was hoping it might have been. Get over here. He did not come over here. Spoiler alert. Definitely dudes here. Yes, like that, for example, was something that we just barely did not have enough range to do in the past. So that's, in large part, the reason why I wanted to pick up more from the upgrade. And maybe it was worth sacrificing recharge speed for that. Very likely not, but who knows. I think to set up to actually prime for a shockwave, since the enemies don't float up in the air for all that long when you use pull, you kind of need to throw them up into the air like that, or pull them directly up over your head, which is why I've done that on a few occasions, so that you actually have time to hit them with the shockwave before they drop down and are technically no longer affected by pull. It worked on a couple of occasions, but as you saw there, definitely been occasions when it has not worked as well. Let's see where the devices are. Well, the devices are right where we've spent most of our time this match. Just drop that right there. Just theoretically, there are a bunch of enemies below you. And that seems like that's not a good time. What is... Oh, what's up? What? Yeah, this could hurt a lot. Hey, friends. Where is this thing? Oh, now it's the next one. Okay. I was gonna say, surely someone had finished it in that time, right? there's the Ascendant. Good old pal, the Ascendant. Just drop this right on top of ourselves, and hopefully that dissuades anyone from stopping us from doing this. Hello, pal. Oh, look at that. Still exploded, or got the biotic explosion, even though you had shields on. So that worked well. There are a lot more enemies in here than I realized. And then you lost shields because of the biotic explosion, which meant you did get picked up by the Singularity after that. It's an interesting order of operations. A series of fortunate events on that occasion. There are definitely a lot of dudes over there. How far does the shockwave go? I might have just aimed that. Not sure if that actually ran out of range, or that was just my bad aim. This is not a place where I want to be anymore. I'll be honest. I was not planning to jump up on the ledge from by grabbing the ledge from behind us. So I thought we were getting picked up by the Descendant. My plan was to go that way and then move around. Even if I did want to go here eventually. Yeah, I would like the Singularity right about here. Never mind, I don't need the Singularity anymore. Yeah, I also wish we had enough damage for that to kill enemies. I mean, this is gold, yes. But that was not even killing on silver, or at least enemies survived with a tiny bit of HP left on silver. We're just gonna drop you off the edge of the map. Theoretically, we're still holding you, right? I don't know where you went, but I hope you're dead. Oh, the heck? How'd you get over there? Also, you might be about to kill me. You are about to kill me. Let's see, is somebody getting us? No, we should go. I mean, yes, but that guy was potentially going to stomp us first, so play it safe. See, it already had a life of its own. All right, so that was our first gold match with that guy. We died 2 or 3 times. Wasn't that bad from a survivability standpoint. I mean, we haven't invested that much in fitness at the moment. From a damage standpoint, yeah, it still feels like the biotic abilities are just not quite providing as much of a punch as I would like them to, because I mean that was us after having taken some biotic power consumables, right? I mean, technically we didn't come in last, for whatever that's worth, but not that that really means much. Only got 1 level though, and that was not really enough to change much of anything other than just giving us melee damage from fitness, and that doesn't make much of a difference. So I think we are going without spending points on this occasion. Maybe this time around. Just double check. Yeah, they're still on gold. Maybe this time around we will go and give ourselves... We do not have a lot of these rare experience enhancers, but I mean 50% is a lot. We'll take that. And then we'll go for the biotic power amp, I think. That's what we're trying to emphasize more so than the weapons. Although, in that previous match, I don't know, we might have actually had more success, done more damage total with our weapons than with our biotics.
You know the drill. Hold this position, clear out enemy forces. Let's do it.
This will be pleasant.
And they've just locked in, yeah, this map and enemy, because this is, again, the daily, so... I mean, I imagine at this point, probably all of us have gotten it, but it's just to be safe. I might just not even bother to change it. Okay, I would also like to have the opportunity to attack an enemy. I would appreciate to have the opportunity to attack an enemy. Thank you. That's all I asked for. I'm fine now. It's okay. You guys can do everything from here on out. I'm now content. Well, I mean, hold on a second though. Let's see. What happens if we take you all the way over here to the edge of the map? Because this is not really a ledge. And granted, we might just die. I assume it's this though? Where is the edge of the map? So what happens if we drop you out there? We get teleported back, but you just die? Vids poll chosen. Yeah, I mean, says we killed him. So I guess it's a little less dramatic compared to when you drop him off of a steep ledge.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
I guess it also works.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
All right, we've messed around now. Now we'll do it the conventional way.
Hostiles en route.
Maybe.
Get moving.
Maybe. Back over here? You are at least. There's definitely a wraith there, right? There is now. Ow, look at that. You did that. That was unnecessary. And now we wait. All right, well, yeah, we'll load up early. Maybe we get the cooldown back more quickly. Everybody's over here, and we ponder our life choices, having wasted our singularity when we really wanted it. Also, I missed. Also, how did we get down here? One moment, please. I mean, okay, sure. I guess we'll set up your weapon. Okay, never mind. Yep, that does go through walls and cover. Confirmed. Excuse me, sir. Please stand still.
Hostiles remaining.
Get the last one.
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting.
Good.
I wish you could step on this, but you can't. Could parkour all the way up there. That'd be amazing. If you could, that'd be amazing.
Recovery requested. Locate and recover objects of interest.
On it.
Oh, hello. Yes, I'm happy to see you too. Why can I not? There we go. Do that.
Artifact is secure.
That was at least 2 explosions, almost 3. That was cool. Well, get a lot of assists from very well placed singularity. When it goes right, it can go very right. As we've seen, it can also go very wrong placement.
Artifact recovered.
I don't want to be there anymore. Wait. Oh, it's right below us. We might nab this. Okay. Oh, don't mind us. Don't mind us. Just gonna be all sneaky here.
Nearly through. Artifact recovered.
Ow.
Stay in cover.
Would like to get my shields back, please? That singularity almost prevented an enemy who would have been sent off the edge of the map.
Last drop received. All artifacts secured.
And here's the ledge, so we actually could have just pulled that guy and dropped him over. That would have been very convenient on that occasion. Just a second too late when the thought occurred to me, though.
3 left. Go get them.
Well, come back here. Go.
Just one left.
He's mine. He's mine. No, don't steal it from me.
What's next?
Hostiles en route.
Moving on.
Okay. Let's see, they are. Well, a lot of them are over there. Except, those enemies are dead. Okay, so there's our confirmation, though. I detonated that one early. Alright, ended that singularity early, and it did still detonate. There is still a little bit of a delay before it collapses in on itself, but yes, you can still get the full value from the singularity, even if you manually deactivate it early. Like this. I don't know. I mean, you could actually use it as a primary source of direct damage if you were to focus on that. The cooldown might still be too long to make that realistic, though.
No shields.
3 left. Go get them.
Make that feasible. Oh man, serious contributions.
Good. Stay sharp.
What's next?
Enemies incoming.
Let's go.
Oh, there they are. I don't think we can throw a singularity that far though. Down here. Hold on. Oh, that's cool. The singularity is has a big enough radius that we can throw it down there and still affect enemies on the ground here. Hello. Speaking of spherical abilities with AoEs. Well, now everyone is down here-ish, more or less. More enemies that are, oh, right next to us, theoretically. Hello. Hello, sir. I see.
Teammate
Saw you. Now I don't know where I pulled you over to.
Get the last one.
All right. Uploads.
We've located data sources. Get them
No,
uploaded before we lose the
this
connection.
may or may not be the closest one. I feel like I've had numerous uploads and maybe even one hack in this exact spot today. Oh, this is apparently just our spot. Okay, so here's what we're doing. Goodbye. That is officially the go-to strategy.
Shields down.
That doesn't sound good. Apparently it's far enough away, though, that we don't have to be too concerned about it.
Member down.
I mean, it does seem like they are attracting a lot of the attention. So that is convenient. Oh, that's not great, though. Just, throw a singularity somewhere over there. Apparently it blew up on them. That's cool.
Almost done.
Look at that. Excuse me, I did use full. I totally saw that wraith coming, and I used full directly on it because I knew exactly what I wanted to do to it. You can shock them through cover, so that we shall do. And maybe we'll take a wild guess and assume that there's someone over there as well. Maybe not, but it's worth a shot.
That hurt them.
Just one left.
Well, there actually is one left. I thought
Stay alert.
our character was a
Done.
little behind when he said that.
We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
Okay, lots of enemies here. Hey, Fiend. How goes it? Oh, hello. Hello to you too. Okay, hold on. There are people coming up this way. Well timed on the exploding singularity. I was about to say that's another use case. Having quick cooldown on the shockwave so that you can do it once to remove the shield so people get picked up by the singularity, and another time to actually get the killing blow. Because, like you, for example, did they live? Yes, they did. Even the explosion absolutely. I was about to say, that shockwave, there's no way that missed. Right at him. Now. Oh, ammo. It's okay, didn't need much more to do that. Okay, so much for that hole. Hey, friends. Goodbye, friends. It's time to finish him off with a melee, because why not? I don't think we had done that yet. Maybe a little preemptive there, maybe. A little early. Oh. Yeah, that's not great. Did she just say don't steal? I know we're doing this whole mission against the cat and everything, but just thought that I should remind you guys not to steal. Alright, this was the one where we took the extra 50% experience, right? So hopefully we can get a couple levels off this one, and we did. Okay, so that's good. That's good. A little more than that, in fact. A fair bit more than that. 3 levels? No, 2 levels. Alright, well, not bad. Means we have 9 points to spare here, so we could fully level Shockwave, and I think we were saying the priming is not the issue, it's the detonation. So adding lifting, priming capabilities to Shockwave is not a big deal. Damage to armor, though, we'll take it. I mean, 75% is a huge number. Then we can't afford anything other than the melee damage, which still is not really something that is all that intriguing. But did I accidentally cancel that? Did I confirm or cancel? No, we confirmed. Okay, cool. Okay, so I mean, we could throw another experience progression-y thing on. I mean, we have 28 of those. The other ones, the rares and the ultra rares, those seem like they are much harder to come by. But I'm pretty sure the uncommons and commons we've gotten from our bazillion packs that we've been opening, so gotten a fair number of those. And don't remember, did we take a biotic damage buff for that one? I think we might have taken 10%. Okay, hold on, they're doing the plat mission. All right, let's do it, but we are definitely not doing it on this character. Let's check the settings. Reduced power damage, reduced power resources. So yeah, that definitely sounds like you want to be taking a weapons platform. So I think what we do, let's do it. We'll do either, I mean, you're mostly about the frag grenades, so, and the concussive shots. I think it's either you or probably better still, the base human infiltrator. Then we go, let's double check. Not the Kishock. Not the Kishock. Let's stick with the tried and true. The Cyclone Siphon. Wait, Cyclone? Cyclone? Yeah. Why are we... No, we're not overrate. Okay. We can go to assault rifle amp. Okay, now for plat, we definitely do want to throw on some stuff here. Not the experience, because this character is maxed out. But we should probably go assault rifle amp, at least 2. And then maybe some ammo. What is the enemy type? Enemy type is outlaw. Maybe go incendiary. Okay, let's try that. Let's do it. Okay, how many we have? Oh, goodness. Okay, no. Turian Agent is another infiltrator. I was going to say, do not make us the only infiltrator. Don't put that kind of responsibility on my shoulders. But here we go. We're going for plat. We're doing plat. This is where the infiltrator stuff is really important. Because, I think we're gonna need the whole going invisible and not being crowded out by enemies thing working in our favor. Otherwise, it's gonna get pretty difficult.
Move, quickly!
Okay. So our power damage is reduced, right? But our weapons damage is not. Doesn't mean that we have to stop using powers altogether, but weapons are going to be primary strength. Ow. So we have the siphon weapon, so theoretically we can do some leeching, which is good. Now, as for whether that's enough to stay alive against some very powerful flat enemies, that's maybe a different question. I mean, that was just wave 1, but that was not bad.
Good work.
That was not bad. But we have an objective wave 2. Isn't it, we usually have to wait until wave 3 to get the first objective, right? For other difficulties, I think platinum, does it have an additional difficulty, or an additional
One device down.
objective built in? Very close by. Okay, they're gonna go for it. Yeah, so this is where us being an infiltrator is really important. Both for doing these objectives and also for helping be the medic.
One problem gone.
Safely bring people back without having to risk losing other people in the process. This is also, that is very close.
Teammate injured.
Oh, like we should be doing the reviving here. Go around the other way and get unfortunate timing on our cloak. And look at that. While that was happening, we had a squad mate getting the objective. Beautiful. Okay. Power damage might be reduced. Doesn't stop us from getting power kills every now and again, though. That is a hybrid, though. I imagine that's going to be pretty nasty to get rid of. It's also a hobby.
Enemies clear. Stay alert.
Good work.
Alright, I mean... thus far. I mean, knock on wood, but hasn't been
Enemies
too
headed
bad.
your way.
Let's move.
I feel like I heard a bunch over here. Yeah, that's because I did. I feel like we got very lucky to and given credit for those kills. Like we probably did not deserve those. Here. Oh, there's a grenade right on our feet, isn't there? So that's a good example of a time where I think that enemy was primed, so if we had set ourselves up with a detonation incinerate, then we got an extra value from that. But there's only one enemy there, so we didn't, or at least in the immediate vicinity, so we didn't get any additional benefit from having an additional incinerate. I don't know. I haven't really
Tiger on the
spent much time thinking about whether we made the right choice there. I mean, we understood that there was certainly a very strong case to be made for... Just break that cloak unnecessarily. Very strong case to be made for going the detonation route. We opted not to do it. Ow. Did get 2 enemies with that. Incinerate that time, though.
3 left. Go get them.
Oh, what? It still missed him? There we
One
go.
straggler.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements.
Get up. I'd like to not be stuck out here for all that long. Okay, upload. This is a tough one, and it's going to rely pretty heavily on us, I imagine, because cloak is going to be very important.
Picking up classified data on the Scourge. Upload it before they lock
There are
us
a
in.
lot of enemies there. I'm going to assume that means we do not want to begin with that one, even if we are the cloak person, or one of the cloak people.
Teammate injured.
Hang on.
Okay, so our cloak is about to end, so I'm going to deliberately head out here briefly, so that if enemies do suddenly take notice of us, we are not leading them straight to the objective, although we are still very close to it, so if anything, make the case that we wanted to get even further away. But it might have still been worth hanging around in here just to make more progress on it more quickly. Like, for example, by hanging out close to the objective, we made it so that that guy was going to take interest in us, or at least be close to the objective, I should say. Enough so that even if he was just sort of walking around here and passing, he did actually step in.
Hang in there, Apex.
And now I cloaked while I was still in here, so theoretically they
Well done, team.
still knew
Almost
that I was
done.
there, but... And that was pretty darn smooth. With one person go down, I think they probably revived themselves, but that was it. Got the objectives very quickly. Wow. Here, a Hydra. Also, apparently an enemy over here somewhere.
3 more
Well,
to go.
there was an enemy over there somewhere. Oh, that's 2 Hydra. Is that right?
One straggler.
All clear for now.
Yeah.
Good work.
I assume people are headed back this way.
Enemies incoming.
Run.
Yes. Okay. Cool. That works.
Lock my
I
damn
don't think we
shield.
want to be this far out. Thank you for singularing me. There is an enemy right on top of me, though. I do not want any power cells. I just wanted to disappear. That there, that's not me. I go where I please. There's a Hydra. There is also you. Never mind, you're already dead.
Shields are out.
Oh, I did not see you. These guys are almost down, though. Ow. You again? Hello. Nice.
Shields are out.
I also don't know how reliably the doubles, not shockwave, incinerate. I don't know how reliably the double incinerate actually seeks out the second target.
Shields down.
Like, it says it's always going to go for a second target, yes. This is not really what I wanted to do here. Thought I was about to die. But, you know, you're basically just trusting it to do that for you, because I don't think you can aim it at all. So, for that reason, you know, if it just always misses, even if there are 2 enemies right next to each other,
3 more
then
to go.
obviously it's no good.
Enemy personnel were tracked to that location.
Alright, so
Take them out.
this, I believe, now means that's the final objective, right? This is wave 6? Oh. I'm pretty tempted to do that, except you kind of ran away right when I was doing it.
Target down.
Oh, that's a Blaze Hydra. That's gonna be nasty. Let's walk straight into that. Oh, way outie. Where's this target, and what is this target? It's right next to us, and it is apparently a berserker.
Target down.
Blaze Hydra's almost dead. Let's kill him. Now this enemy is pretty close to us. It is a normal Hydra. No, it might be a Blaze. Yeah, it's the Blaze behind them.
Shields are out.
So basically, those dudes are just way faster, as you can see here.
Target down.
Yeah, we have enough damage that it is no problemo. Apparently. Ow. Oh, you're just chilling up here. What's up with that? Tried to punch us. We said no.
Get the last one.
Ah, it's you.
That hurt them. Be ready.
Was that 6? Now this is extraction? This is extraction. Wow, we've been flying.
We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
Hydra on the field.
Presumably this will be the most difficult wave, yes, but still. It's not just that we're going fast, we've not had many people go down. So when it comes to consumable counts and all that stuff, it should be pretty good shape here. One would assume. Oh, hello. Except don't hang out next to that dude. Come on, your troop. There we go. This guy's gonna become nasty. One down. So another one. This is a normal Hydra. Ow. Oh, that's an ascendant. About a minute. Oh, there's a good example of just how fast Blaze Hydras are. Sneaking up on the flank? No, not at the moment. But you are taking an unfortunate amount of notice in us. Just cloaked. You're getting him though.
I'm reading a flat line.
We're both cloaked. In an unfortunate time. You're getting each other up though. Please don't shoot me. Okay. It is a somewhat long distance to the LZ.
Teammate injured.
Here for you.
I'm wondering when we make our move.
Flat line.
Especially if we're getting trapped here in a nasty way. I think we start, especially with only 20 seconds now, I think we have to get going. What if we hang out back here initially, just to play it a little bit safer? Should probably cloak.
Mission complete. Full team secure.
And that's everybody. Wow. I see here, enjoying the unbalanced shores of Andromeda Plat. That was not nearly as difficult as I thought that was going to be. Which is probably because I imagine that our teammates were carrying us big time. But, I mean, there was never really any point in time where it felt like we were on the edge. It seemed like pretty much the entire time things were going pretty smoothly. Even when people went down, they only went down fairly briefly. And yeah, of course, we're at the bottom, but it felt like it was not that bad. I think I got one upload. I might have gotten one of the targets. Got some kills. It wasn't like I was carrying the team by any means, but I don't think we were dead weight either. We made it work. That was the not only just the plat, but the Apex mission as well. There's the extra difficulty of what, the reduced power damage, I think it was. What's the modifier on that? And lots of credits. Yeah, what was our... It's our last objective targets? I think last objective might have been targets. No, wait, no, last one was upload. Right? We had devices, targets, upload, I think. Or was it devices, upload, then targets? Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is I feel like I've seen, you know, the people with the duration cloaks who just sit in the objective areas and basically just want everyone else to get out of there while they just chill and are cloaked for the entire time. And sure, it's, you know, 1/3 or 1/4 of the team doing that, but I guess it's still quick enough that it works and it's safer. But we didn't have to do that. We actually didn't have to do that. Granted, you know, we aren't the host, so we don't control what difficulty we're on now. Okay, I was gonna say, they, for a while there, still had it on platinum. I was like, you know, maybe we leave it at just the Apex mission, and then we change it back to gold after that. They are going back to gold, and we probably go back to our adept that we're trying to level up here. Issue is that the enemies on plat are ultra tanky, unlike ME3, and enemies interrupt the upload. True. True. If you have too many enemies on top of you, then you'll actually either pause or outright prevent the upload. Okay, you know what? Sure, we'll go consumable-less on gold. It's just gold, right? It's just gold. Don't worry about it. Now we're gonna get complacent and everything's gonna go horribly wrong, right? That's the way that this all plays out now. We let it all go to our head. The hubris takes over.
Hostile territory, people. Secure this position.
Okay,
and
it's still
stay
Ket.
sharp.
Do we have it hard set for Ket? Obviously, we changed the arena. Oh, okay. Hello. Stay right there. Just, pull is such a weird third skill to add on this character, I feel like. But the combination of pull and singularity is such a weird combo. Like, yeah, I get it. You can totally choose between one of them. There's just so little overlap. So little synergy between those two skills. Because there is so much overlap. No, unless you're doing gimmicky things like that, like pulling enemies back into a singularity so that you make sure it blows up on them. Or in case you missed entirely with the single. What happened to that singularity?
I owe you.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, you're welcome. I mean, we can start up a new lobby if you want to hop in.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Right now, we're just pugging. And I imagine if we were to make a lobby, that at least at some point somebody would hop in with us.
Just one left.
I feel like the best use case for pull is just to pull the last enemy toward you to call dibs.
Moving out.
Yeah, so we are, what, Ket Paradox Gold at the moment. There is definitely a race there. There are multiple races there, in fact. That is not gonna work with no shield. And that actually works surprisingly well. A series of events there. Cooldowns worked out just well. Oh, I did not see you. Grenade. Don't jump into it. I thought there were theoretically, yeah, a bunch of enemies here. Wait for it. Oh, I mean, it was gonna explode on them. Right, I miss warp, exactly. Warp plus singularity is why I love the base human in Mass Effect 3 so much. Like, I get it.
We're tracking reinforcements.
Technically,
What's
warp
next?
plus shockwave was the combo that dealt the most damage. I mean, that still requires warp.
We detected mission critical data.
1,
Find the location and
2,
upload the
3.
intel.
Any guests? Yes. I was about to say, I thought I heard one coming from the other direction. And I see you. We could pull them into the objective. It'd be extremely counterproductive, but we could do it. I dare ya. So that's why I don't like Shockwave. That's a pretty good example of why I don't like Shockwave.
Fragment uploaded.
Did I hit the enemy? No, technically, apparently not. Do I feel like I should have counted as hitting the enemy there? Yes, I very much do.
Hang in there, Apex.
Like, it's a big, wobbly ability that I feel like does not really lend itself very well to being particularly precise, and yet too often I feel like that's the result. Where you seemingly shoot the shockwave very close by, and yet it still just doesn't do anything.
Nearly through.
Somebody over here, right? Yep. He's mine. Oh, never mind. He's not mine.
Good.
Hostiles en route.
Hello.
Moving on.
To do this, we still have a shield on, but we can still set up the combo. Hello. We are going to die.
Lost
Teammate injured.
shields.
Yeah, so there is also a Wraith right on top of us. Is that just the smoke from the enemy we just got? I think so.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Get the last one.
Sensors clear for
Oh,
now.
I totally knew that last enemy was over in that direction. It definitely did not walk in exactly the opposite direction.
Enemies incoming.
Let's go.
Let's see. Okay. Oh, yep, sounds like we have some friends over here. You'll never find me behind this tree. I mean, we weren't behind the tree.
I'll do better.
That statement does remain true. For the time being. I definitely threw that singularity over here. That was very aggressive singularity homing effect there.
Squad member down.
What the? I'm pretty sure that just accidentally jumped on an enemy's head. Did you see that? Whoa! And away we go. It's like I jumped down from the platform
Get the
area
last one.
and bounced off something, and it was not the ground. Pretty sure it was an enemy's head. I think it was a wraith.
The enemy's tapping into civilian comm traffic. We need to take out their uplink devices.
Understood. Ascendant.
Maybe going toward the objective. Tempting as it may be to go after all these enemies over here.
Enemy tech shut down.
Also, where did that wraith go? He says, immediately ignoring the statement that he made before. Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, well, that might not give us much of a choice. Hold on. Shields. 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 Oh, yeah, the objective is right next to us. There's also definitely somebody who's going to kill us right now. Ow.
Teammate injured.
That statement also remains true.
I owe you.
One device down.
Oh, that's great. No, I wanted you to all stay there so I could innate that on simultaneously. Not have to shoot you to death. It's way less interesting.
Hang in there, Apex.
It's also not particularly the shot. It did get one enemy, but we definitely should have gotten a lot more. Oh, hello, objective that is right next to us. This looks familiar. Also, I did not mean to melee the... Okay, well, never mind. Someone else has it.
All enemy devices shut down. Good job.
No shield.
Ow.
3 more to go. Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
What? There's very much an enemy that is still alive. I'm looking at him right now. Why did you say nice job, Apex? This guy's still alive. And I will now walk him off the edge of the map.
Get the last one.
Bye-bye.
Good. Stay sharp.
What's next?
Wait, that time he gets gives us the full value for the kill, whereas on the other map, we were getting a 10th of that? What the heck? How does experience work?
We're done here. Get yourself
When
to
you-
the LZ.
Drop enemies off ledges. And why does it vary? Okay, I will admit that I can't really put that shockwave, or rather that singularity where I wanted to.
I'm reading a flat line.
That doesn't sound good. Oh, that's because there's... Well, these people right on top of me. I was gonna get them. Squad mate. But no, they're good now. Good now. Don't worry about it. Hello, everybody is suddenly right on top of me. Oh, that was not
Reading a flat
my
line.
finest shooting.
I'm in your debt.
Probably should have had that. I saw the objective sign right here and I was like, oh, there's a device here. What? This is an objective wave. I didn't even notice. Also, what the heck is that? Thought that Venom had possessed a fiend. Very confused. We're still dead. See, there we go. we did it. No post-plat problems. No worries. Thanks for jumping in. You'll certainly beat me. So did we just barely miss leveling? No, we did. We did level. Okay, so let's go. Ooh. Recharge speeds or power damage and force. That's tough. So yes, the recharge speeds. I mean, that does feel like we kind of need both these things right now. Combo damage, all combo radiuses. We need a little more damage because too often we're getting detonations off and enemies are surviving with little slivers of health. But we also want to be doing combos more regularly. So maybe we get the damage from... Oh, but this is also really good. Okay, I think this is about the recharge speed then. And you get damage from this and this. Or... No, that. Yeah, okay. Recharge speed here. I think. GG's! No worries, thanks for stopping by.
Hostile territory, people.
Hey,
Secure this
it's Outlaw.
position and stay
It's
sharp.
not Cat.
Let's
Or
build
possibly... No, we had one against Outlaw. Was the flat... Apex, it might have been? Was Outlaw?
Now you see.
Shields down.
My greatest weakness. Decoys. Might not have been worth heading all the way over here just to chase down a single enemy. Like, this is what I mean. If you were to stay in the singularity, I mean, when this explodes, you'll probably die. Yeah. But getting enough damage to actually get kills from just the initial singularity plus... Where did our singularity go? What the heck happened to our singularity? There was a dude behind us. There is a dude behind us. This is why we want the extra speed. Recharge.
Relay. Go get him.
Ow. I wish you would step back from the ledge, my friend. Cut ties with all the laws that you've been living in.
That hurt them. Be ready.
Good.
I mean, never mind the fact that I had that teammate not killed you, that I would have thrown you off the edge.
Enemies headed your way.
Let's go.
That's not important. Don't worry about that. Yeah. Oh my goodness. We are going to the next map over, apparently. But yeah, the armored enemies do not get picked up by the singularity. I don't know if they get staggered or stunned at all.
Appreciate it.
But that's one of the reasons why I do usually like singularity, is because it gives that extra crowd control dynamic. So that even while you're waiting to get your shockwave ready to go, or this is Mass Effect 3, your warp ready to go, you're a little bit safer. So your enemies are less capable of, ooh, hello, of hitting you immediately. fire
Go get
from.
'em.
Stay in cover.
So you will not get picked up.
Just one left. Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
What's next?
We've got major enemy targets nearby. Let's take them out.
Understood.
Okay. This way. Never mind.
Scratch one
Nope,
target.
never mind. They're good. They're good. Don't worry about it.
Another priority target.
I kind of don't want to waste my singularity. Or rather my shockwave. If that wasn't the enemy that we needed. But granted, it is the singularity that is going to be the bottleneck more than anything, but... Ow. Does that set off the explosion, which might not have been necessary to do that proactively. I do love this image. That's incredible. Hold on, I need to just sit and appreciate this for a second. Just a Krogan. This like minigun that goes absolutely crazy, and there's this the little stagger.
Shields down.
Teammate injured.
The way that it shakes his arms. Oh, it's great. I love it. That's great. But you're telling me that didn't hit anyone to detonate the combo?
Get the last one.
All clear for now.
Done.
Enemies incoming.
Moving on.
We did that joke, right? Yeah. Was I concerned that we would have potentially had a very embarrassing fall to our death? You know, maybe. Did we almost have an unexpected fall to our death immediately afterward? Yeah, maybe. Excuse me, man. Please stop doing that.
Lost shields.
Hello. Give me this dude. That dude. Not
Gather round. Now.
Oh, okay. I mean, that was convenient. Didn't really expect you to hop right in there, but that works.
3 left. Go get them.
Just one left.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it
Oh.
going.
We got that kill.
Done.
Enemies headed your way.
That spot's cool.
Get out of here.
But I would like ammo. Ow. Well, we got a kill and an assist and another assist and biotic kills and damage. So it turns out it was actually a very good singularity. Good enough to warrant, yeah, no, I don't think they're coming. And if they are, they're not gonna be here quickly enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. We did it to ourselves. Also, I did not mean to do that. That's singularity there.
Now you see me.
Radio
Ow.
flatline.
I'll do better.
Gather round. Now.
He'll die. right? Did that eventually? Yeah, we've seen this before. What is he doing? Dude!
3 left.
Choose life. Except that I won't let you.
One more.
Oh, he actually does drop. Oh, man. Wow. He's still going. I mean, if you'd like to join him, you can, but now you distracted me.
What's
Now
next?
Now we don't know where he went.
Objects of interest detected in the
Oh, no,
mission
that's
area.
not.
Find
Right
and
next door.
return to drop point.
Thought it was. It was not. That's a lot of enemies. I would like to do this and get a bazillion biotic explosions. But one of the enemies that I wanted to explode, I believe, ran away successfully. That made me upset. Ow. I would like to kill this enemy first. And then maybe fall down to my doom. Name of pack here, right? Yeah. Oh, hello.
Lost shields.
Artifact
the
is
wall?
secure.
Ow. Pay me no mind.
I'm reading a flat line.
Well, they did. Did we get a... We did get another person. Okay. Oh. Hello.
Artifact is secure.
Some of these ragdolls past few minutes have been pretty crazy. Almost as crazy as how bad my aim is.
Almost done. Artifact is secure.
Unless you back into it. Might be able to facilitate if I got that off.
Artifact
at
recovery
least.
is complete. Nice job.
I owe you.
Oh, well, by the time we were able to do the shockwave, it was too late. One moment. Where are you? Oh, right there.
Go get him. All clear for now.
Good.
We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
Okay. Let's do that. Do that. Preferred if there were more enemies nearby to get exploded upon, not to hit us. Slow down.
Squad member down.
Maybe take it. Oh, take it easy for a second. Oh, this is where then I went down. Got it. Collect it. Nope. Goodbye. Fair enough. Just gonna kill Snorlax, dude. Ow. Okay, I was kind of going for the biotic combo, but I guess that works too. Also, every time I walk by this area, I totally think of the game. And then fall into the water with the tiny sliver of HP. Hold on. Let's save him. Oh. You'll never know if I was referring to our teammate or the Wraith. That one is the decoy. I know it to be true. That doesn't
Squad member down.
mean that I won't go down here, though. But we're fine, and now we have full HP. Beautiful, he says as he...
That's how Apex
takes
gets it done.
a hit.
Come on home.
What's up, Banana? How's it going? A second try? What is this? You've been playing Andromeda for a while now. Even the multiplayer. We just do it on a different day. Fridays. Friday nights. And later in the day. / earlier in the morning for you, because, yeah, it's just different time, because it's Fridays. Because we're keeping Saturdays as the Mass Effect 3 day. And the other thing is, since I have work on Fridays, it has to be after work. So it is definitely a later start than usual, which, unfortunately, does make it a lot tougher for Europeans, time zone-wise, to fit their schedules. But yeah, we've been doing it basically every Friday that I've been in town, at least. I think we were saying you go debuff here. I mean, that's still a humongous number, which is very tempting, but... These, well... Yeah... No, Sunday is Pyre night. Sunday is Pyre. Fridays is Andromeda, Saturdays... Mass Effect 3, both of those multiplayer, and then Sundays is Pyre. I feel like there's actually a pretty strong case to be made for this combo damage. Because yes, this is a universal 20% damage. Base damage from powers, combo damage, and also weapons damage too, and melee damage. So it affects more types of things. You have to have Singularity up to make it happen, or pull up to make it happen. But that number is big. Yeah, I guess you still go with this. Oh, well. Too late for that. Too late for that. So when I read it, I'm like, well, when I read it, it's like in Mass Effect 3, you would usually take the damage debuff stuff. Those are almost always really good, but that's like, but the number is so huge for the combo. It's hard to turn that down. I mean, it shouldn't be bad by any means, but yeah, I was definitely conflicted.
Hostile territory, people. Secure this position and stay sharp.
Let's spill some.
I mean, at least for the base humans, there's always the peace of mind you can take from telling yourself, well, at least there's another base human, so if I really wanted to go the other direction, I could always do that. And also we have a bazillion respecs, I think. Oh.
I'm reading a flat line.
Whoops. This is gold at the moment. This is a relatively new character for us. Base human adept. First time playing, or today is the first day we've played this character. We've been playing him for most of the day today, though. Theoretically, I thought we had a singularity over there.
Get down.
So he's like level 10 right now, I think. Hello. Bye. Goodbye to you too.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
One more.
Eh, they'll get that enemy, right?
Stay sharp.
Done.
So yeah, it still feels like this character, I mean, we jumped up onto gold with him fairly quickly.
Hostiles en route.
At a point when we were not making the largest of contributions. We're getting closer now. Well, we went for the debuff, right? So we should see what the difference is like. No, I was gonna say it. The minimap definitely showed that there was an enemy here. So we should see. That's also very much not what I had in mind there.
I'm
Okay.
reading a flat line.
That all went nowhere near according to plan. I accidentally detonated the singularity before I set off the combo, and that threw everything for a loop.
Thanks.
So I want to see just singularity and then immediately detonating with shockwave, where that puts us damage-wise now that we have the debuff for enemies that are affected by... Oh, nope. That is us punching the wall. That is not us reviving it. Teammate. Yeah, do we have enough damage to more or less take enemies out from just singularity plus shockwave? Or do we need even more firepower? At least for basic enemies. Or do we need more firepower than that? Obviously, it's not going to be the case for bigger enemies.
There's 3 hostiles remaining.
Excuse me, sir. I used pull on you, and you just looked at me and shook your head and said
Keep it
no.
up.
Done.
I waited till your shields were down and everything. And you still refused.
Objects of interest detected in the mission area. Find and return to drop point.
Maybe we should go do the objective, but I had to go blow those guys up.
I'm reading a flat line.
That's enemy is on. Oh, wait, what? Why was the objective there? Wow, that's nasty. I mean,
Teammate injured.
the sniper dude's right there, but why was the device there? I thought the device started much further away, and then a squadmate who was carrying it went down, but doesn't that usually send the objective back to where it originally came from? It does not get dropped where your squadmate goes down? I thought that was the case. That one was never going to do anything. Also, we're about to die. That was cool, though. Why is there enemies that are just chilling on the ground doing absolutely nothing? They're not getting back up. Which is weird. It's not like they're just temporarily staggered and taking longer than usual to come back up. Anyone coming to get us?
I'm reading a flat line.
No, definitely not.
Coming to you.
We'll get them.
Hang in there, Apex. Got the drop.
Oh. Also, still out. Yeah, I heard it. Heard it coming.
Squad member down.
Don't die.
Nope. Nope. You will not hit us.
Drop received.
I will not let
All
you.
artifacts
We got
secured.
gold for that. I am honestly very surprised.
Squad member down.
Oh, never mind. I was going to get you, but if you insist on reviving yourself right when I'm about to get there, that's your prerogative. Oh, we do not have
Teammate
singularity. That
Teammate injured.
plan, well, could not be executed in that case. Thank you.
I owe you.
3 more to go.
Where did that singularity go? May never be seen nor heard from again. What? Once again, just said no.
Enemies cleared. Stay alert.
Just said no to
What's
pull.
next?
It's like they don't want me to drop them off the edge of the map.
Get out of here.
For some reason. Can't imagine why. I don't know if I've ever intentionally gone over here before. Maybe once or twice by accident, but yeah, I actually did not realize this side platform here was as big as this. Unless there's an explosive container there. That works too. Nope, nope, nope. I was not trying to climb that. I was trying to dodge the far side of it so that we would not get hit by that.
I'm reading a flat
Hello.
line.
Yeah, you are gonna be able to hit us like that, aren't you? Just casually go, really? Really? You just gonna sit there like that? Boop. Popped us in the head. Okay, we are also quite far away
Squad
from
member
our
down.
squad mates. Yeah, we should probably just revive ourselves.
Squad member down.
Yeah, things are not going all that smoothly at the moment. Maybe we dial back the silliness just a bit. Play this one a little more conventionally, he says as he almost does. You are not in a very good spot, are you?
Teammate injured.
Well, at least we got the kills. But look out for the Wraith! Or the Audi.
You're dead.
The Audi. Sorry, it's Lids, it's totally a completely different enemy. It's definitely not just a completely reskinned version of exactly the same thing that can not cloak. And that's the only distinguishing factor, is that it is objectively worse. Come back here, please. Come back here, please. Wait, where'd you go? Okay, I've had enough of this game of hide and seek. You win. There you are.
Just one
Oh,
left.
hello.
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting.
What's next?
Hold on, I'm
Hostiles
gonna
en
actually
route.
Let's
go
go.
up here. This place is cool. And I wish you could go up there. Ow.
Shields down.
Can I have enough range? Yes, it will. Just for me. Please explode on that enemy. Thank you. Oh, right in time to avoid getting killed by that dude. Still love to get a little more
Squad
shields
member down.
back, though.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Not appreciate, appreciate it.
Teammate injured.
Lost shields.
Squad member down.
Oh, well, so much for that. Wait for it. Can they stop? Yes, they can stop. You know what? There are a lot of enemies over here. I've decided.
Teammate injured.
I have decided. Wait for it.
Gather round now.
Adios.
Lost
Worth it?
shields.
Worth it.
Reading a flat line.
Confirmed, still worth it.
Thanks.
Wait, unless if we didn't get the kill for that? Did someone else steal the kill? They might have. That is inexcusable. Don't steal the kill! I have a special delivery.
Get out of the way.
I had a very special delivery. That was gruesome.
Squad member down.
Coming to you.
Here we go. Okay, maybe we help over here. You know, the problem has kind of come and gone at this point, but so it's up to counts. might take cover when I can punch them in the face. That may or may not have enough distance to hit you. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir, please come back. Thank you. Back here!
Get the last one.
That hurt them. Be ready.
Done.
Oh, we got... Did we have 3 that whole time? I thought we had 4 at one point. Did someone drop out? I don't know. We have a 4th again. In that case. How you guys doing over there? How you guys doing over there? Ow. That Krogan dude did not care. Technically, it was a different dude. And the exploding singularity almost got the Krogan dude. Yeah. Feel like this is another day, especially because this guy's gonna stomp us. Feels like another time when we should just revive ourselves. We only, for what it's worth, only have 1 of those left. I also keep on pressing the singularity button because when we were playing the infiltrator, that was the cloak button. It's a really nice way to, you know, not get killed as often. But we don't have that ability with this character. Okay, you know, oh, and then of course as soon as I go for the pull, that's when you immediately start getting back your shields, so that I cannot pull you anymore. We're not going to talk about this. We are not going to talk about this. We are not going to talk about, confirmed, we are not going to talk about this. Also not the order in which I wanted to do those things. What? Excuse me? What, so jumping just cancels pull? Swear, I saw, I guess that? Out of the corner of my eye as we were running like this, and it looked like there was someone walking up, getting out from the water. Rising from the dead, perhaps? I don't know. In theory, there are people over here. That is a correct statement. Oh, there's some shockwave action for you. Oh wait, there's more. Whoa, that is a quick charging Krogan. Just kind of hoping it was going to hit that body as well. Wishful thinking, apparently. Trying to wait for this, and then we do that. Less than a minute. Hit that. Thanks, singular. Maybe that's still useful. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I was a little too quick to dismiss it. there turns out are a fair number of enemies over there. That was not quite as effective as I wanted it to be. Oh no, oh no, oh no. There is a way to get back up. But that was not it. I've fallen down there once before, I think, and it was also, I think, at that time, right as extraction was about to happen. I was like, oh no, I didn't know this place existed. Thanks for stopping by, Bonana. Catch you later. Yeah, maybe keyboard mouse. Look at that. We're in second. Probably would have done a little bit better had we actually extracted, of course. Probably not accidentally dropped down. 3 points. Again, is basically just melee damage and not much else right now, so we're mostly looking for a rank 6 for biotic damage and force, which I think we should get in one more level, theoretically. Gamepad is, yeah, on that occasion at least it might have been. But now it's definitely at that point where, and this was originally the case as well, where it's like, well, as things currently stand, do feel more comfortable with it. However, okay, well now everyone's breaking off. However, that means that while long-term it might be better to go keyboard mouse, it means that short-term there will be a potentially significant drop-off while I have to relearn and become accustomed to the new, you know what I mean. Learn the key bindings and get used to them for keyboard mouse. So have to take one step backwards, one potentially pretty big step backwards to go 2 steps forwards long term, which is, yes, probably still for the best long term, but does still give me some hesitation. Okay. Why don't we see, do we have any Apex missions left? Or the gold? Oh, right, this was the no revives one. We didn't do that. We had a team that went for the platinum mission before they went for the gold mission. I mean, that's what we were saying. It looked like the plat might have actually been easier than the gold for that reason. That may hold true. That may be why those people chose to do that. But otherwise, I feel like just getting at least one more level on this guy could be a pretty big deal. That way we can increase the damage by a pretty significant margin, and that might be the threshold we feel like we need to get to make him feel a little bit better, because it still feels like it's waiting around to pull off combos that and use skills that just don't quite do enough damage to feel like they're worthwhile. But I vaguely recall when we were early on doing, I think it was Andromeda multiplayer, not just the campaign alone. It might have been the campaign. People were saying, yeah, and Andromeda in particular, powers definitely do not stack up all that well compared to just pure weapon damage. And maybe that's it. It's just that we've become a little bit spoiled by using characters like the infiltrator and getting pretty awesome weapons damage on those characters, and then you go over to a power-based character, you're like, but it doesn't do as much damage. Maybe that's it. Okay, but let's see. Maybe we just check what difficulty people are playing on. Silver, in this case. Oh, okay, yeah, I've played several matches with some of these peoples. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really think, especially if we're on silver, I don't really think we need to be using much in the way of consumables here, unless they bump us up. Now that we have a 4th. Yeah, no, well, Ket is for dailies. The Paradox is not, I don't think, and Silver is not, so no reason why we have to be doing that, I don't think. I don't know if there's a specific reason why they're waiting around. I feel like might, I don't know, maybe we crashed their party and they were waiting for someone else. Don't know. Could make a gold lobby and see if other people join ours. Or we could try to, I guess, to join a existing gold if there are any existing golds. Apparently there are none, though. I mean, we could hop into the store, because we've accumulated a fair bit of credits from doing these matches here today. And just if someone does pop in, then we could get going for that match with them. Although, yeah, that does mean we're going to get that annoying sound effect. Okay, who's at Bulwark? 4. So we saw that there's at least 1 or 2 of the alternate versions of weapons that we either don't have at all or are still very low level, like level 1. 1, I think, that is fully upgraded. And then all the other stuff is somewhere in between, of course. Another ghost upgrade. That's very good. It's been a little while since I last used the ghost, I think, because mostly using the Cyclone for assault rifle stuff, so I think it's gotten, I mean, obviously we got 2 levels, I think, today. It's been at least 2 levels since I last used it, if not potentially even a little bit more. So it might be noticeably better than when I last tried it out. But yeah, I mean, there was a time when it was my go-to assault rifle. And for some characters, the ones that don't have cloaks to cover up for the weaknesses of the Cyclone, it may still be the preferred one. This, oh no, we can still afford more. Not see how many digits, did not count how many digits we had there. We still have enough for more than 10. Yeah, we still have stuff like spare thermal clip, ammo mod, or rather, weapon mods. Okay, wait, hold on, there is another person in now. Let's see what happened. We have Banana Blues. Were they one of the people who was just playing with us? They might have been. It was, a little rocky. Our previous gold match. I mean, they're a good player. I have played with them quite a bit. Or in between streams, at least. On a different character, we could definitely pull off a gold duo, I would think. On this character, maybe. Maybe not. A little more questionable in this case. It might be good if we can get 1 more person hopping in here, but I don't know. Maybe they still feel okay about going with this. Maybe. We could try readying up and see how they react. Do they? Oh, yeah. They're ready if we're ready. So yeah, I think if we can just get 1 more level at least on this guy, then that would get us to hopefully an important threshold for damage dealing purposes. And then maybe he'll start to feel much better. But at least right now, at least on gold, still feels like the damage is just a little bit lacking.
You know the drill. Hold this position. Clear
Probably
enemy
be
forces.
fine
Let's do
on
it.
bronze and silver. I mean, then you don't really need as much damage scaling at that point, I suppose. It's if you are designing your character specifically with the intention of playing it on lower difficulties, I suppose you could intentionally. Wow.
Squad member down.
All right, we only have 2 fitness, but I suppose you could intentionally just go for pure cooldowns in the case of designing a character specifically for lower difficulties. You don't need stronger skills, you just need to use them more often. I'm gonna say I tried to aim that shockwave such that it would hit you and still hit the enemy in that area to get the detonation, and I almost got neither.
Under heavy fire.
A little concerned about that. Oh, hello. Please don't walk out of the singularity. I didn't appreciate the part where you walked out of the singularity.
Shields down.
We are very squishy
3 more to go.
when we are actually in the line of fire. So it would be nice to pick up some extra fitness. We've just been dissuaded by the
Lost shield.
next fitness level being melee damage,
Enemies clear.
which obviously does not help us get any tankier, but we need to do that if we want to go to the next ones that actually do make it
Enemies
easier for
headed
us
our
to
way.
stay alive. Seems like there are a bunch of enemies there. Oh!
Get down.
How many biotic explosions was that?
No shields.
I'm reading a flat
It
line.
might have been 3. It was at least 3, I think. It's definitely the most I've gotten in any one instance. From one skill. One combo.
I owe you.
Theoretically, we do have some synergies here. We can prime for friend here. With our singularity or our pull, but obviously we're using singularity a lot more than pull. I guess we can do this. You're still there. Right. I guess we didn't do anything about you. Oh, are these explosives? They might have been. Would you like to do something with this dude? Hey, yeah, you can melee or charge him or really anything you want. I'm just gonna hold him here.
Good. Stay
Oh,
sharp.
no? Okay. Oh, we got a third. Okay. He's just kind of staring at the enemy, like, well, do something with him.
Find artifacts and return to the drop point. Marking first location on
Don't
your
just stand there.
Lost shields.
This is gonna kill us, right?
Teammate
Yep.
injured.
Before we can finish it. Oh, okay. I mean,
No shield.
oh, I thought this was just devices, not a pizza.
Squad member
Oh,
down.
my goodness. I mean, no, we didn't have shields back, so I don't think we did. So I
Got
was
the
kind of
drop.
asking for that, but still, okay. Well, now we have to do this again. Oh my god! The second we get up. Wow, that is not good. Okay, fortunately, we get the revive here, because otherwise you're gonna have to blow through tons of revives, and we are probably still not a great person to be taking this, because if we do go down,
Get out of the way.
it's going back to where it came from.
Shields down.
I will heal though. make sure that does not happen. Whoa, hello, friends. Can you set up a detonation on a little fake agent? Is that a thing? Ow, I think I might have exploded an explosive container on myself. Also, that hurt a fair bit. I mean, eventually someone will be coming over here, right? Yeah, but this is just the combination of not having enough defenses for gold to be hit regularly, at least, and then not having quick enough, big enough damage to avoid getting hit. Like, there's that, but then it takes so long in between us doing those that it doesn't really matter.
I'm reading a flat line.
And it's certainly not enough to take out one of the berserkers. These guys can stomp. Okay, so like we have 2 of those left. That's not good.
All objects accounted for. Objective complete.
Oh, what the heck? Oh, you shields. That's why. That's why you didn't care. Oh, never mind. You got him. What? There are multiple enemies here. Okay, well, at this point, even if we do get stopped, I'm not going to jail. Or even if we're about to, because
3 left. Go get 'em.
with 3 enemies left, it's not worth it. They can finish off the wave, and we are better served saving those gels. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty good indication of how having additional defenses, or at least, I mean, either more defenses so we can take more hits, or more damage so that we can more consistently kill enemies before they kill us, then that would make a big difference. And that's just, again, what I was saying, where it feels like this guy, I mean, part of it is me not being careful enough, but for sure, part of it is also just, I mean, obviously, walking straight up to Hydra, we're not gonna take that out.
Reading a flat line.
That much is on me. Also, I do mean to be down here, so we don't get hit by this. But we'll still get hit by everything else.
Squad member down.
Oh. Ow. Oh, well, he's dead now. But maybe someone will walk into that, hopefully. Possibly, maybe. Someone, yes, there is someone behind me. Once again, I have successfully placed the singularity immediately after you have died. Are they going melee? I mean, obviously they did against those enemies. I'm just not sure if that's a consistent, deliberate effort or if that's just a coincidence due to circumstance. That's gonna kill me, whatever that
Reading a
is.
flat line.
You, presumably.
Thanks.
Reload. We're tracking
Oh,
reinforcements.
look at that. The waves over everything is fine. Everything is fine. Don't worry about it.
Enemies headed your way. Get moving. Incoming.
Shields down.
Well, that went swimmingly.
Teammate injured.
Yep. Didn't get to place the singularity. Didn't get to detonate the singularity. That's exactly how I had hoped that would go. And then this guy's gonna stomp us, forcing us to use our second to last revive. Everything according to plan. No, I'm trying to get over here. Oh, there's someone behind us. Okay, and in front of us. And, you know, the Hydra, of course. It'll kill us. This is our third last. I'd like to set up the singularity first. Then detonate it. If I may. Walk into that just in time.
Shields down.
Squad member down.
That's gonna kill us. Ow. Well, we walked into the bullets that they were shooting at one of our squad mates. But we did at least succeed in getting closer to our teammates. Possibly just in time to get stomped on by one of the other enemies.
I'm reading a flat line.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Exactly what's customer ordered. Okay, so I mean, we will. It's our last one. But, you know, it does kind of feel like we don't really have much choice in the matter. It's kind of close to the end of the wave, but I mean, when basically our entire team is down, I'm not really sure you have a choice in the matter. Not really sure you can be picky. Oh, well, this is gonna kill us.
3 left. Go get him.
Right, so obviously we can't gel at this point, but when we know there's only 3 left, that would generally be the indication that now is not a good time. Oh, hello. What's our shockwave?
That hurt them. Be ready. We are mighty.
Okay. Well, just cross our
Enemies
fingers.
triangulating our nearest outpost. Find their sensor arrays and get them.
Hydra ahead.
Ow. Please stop that. Ow.
I'm reading a flat line. Enemy tech shut.
What? I used a missile on you, and you didn't die. Just odd. Did I not get the missile out? Once again, that was me thinking that I was the infiltrator. I mean, it worked. Singularity instead of cloak. It wasn't technically what I intended, but I guess we'll take it.
Hydra ahead.
1 device down.
Nice. We don't have a lot of time for this. I mean, I guess devices in general don't have a lot of time for them. Please do not kill us.
Shields down.
Teammate injured.
Well, I might have jinxed that. I mean, we can't gel. So we must have a squad mate come over here. And they probably, at this point, need to get the device, not us. Those were some interesting Krogan twinkle toes.
I'm in your debt.
Nearly through.
That was kind of close.
Squad member down.
I stand by that, though. Or do I?
I'm in your debt.
God.
I'm reading a flat line.
Oh my
All enemy
god.
devices are now offline.
We are so squishy. We did get the objective done. That is very good. This guy is definitely going to stomp us. But theoretically now enemies are no longer respawning, so that much is good. As well. There are only a finite number of enemies. And look at this. You know, you just pick off the... Well, you're on a wild goose chase. Oh, probably trying to get shields back. Yeah. Definitely looks like they are focusing on the melee stuff. Like, that is not just a coincidence.
I'm reading a flat line.
Oh no. You are a infiltrator, which is definitely a nice luxury to have.
Be right there.
Okay, good. It's also an interesting color scheme they're rocking here. Think of how you would describe that. Sort of a bright green and marigold? Or lime green almost and marigold? It's almost like the Brazilian national team for association football. Their jerseys, at least the colors.
Time to go. Get to the extraction site.
All right, well, it is extraction, so there's that. As for how the next 2 minutes go, that's a different question. Oh, what's there? Hello? What's there? I don't like you guys. General want to stay close to our squad mates because we are without any gems. Oh, yep, that's what I feared. Please don't do that.
Lost shields.
No, please don't do that.
Hydra.
Ow.
Teammate injured.
Just a matter of time until somebody poked us.
Thanks.
I mean, let's be honest. Oh, they just do the same thing. I should have been singularity first. Still could be. Seconds. Should make our move pretty soon now.
Get out of the way.
Ow. Oh my god. Okay, that was a perfectly timed heal right as we were dying, and so it was a heal that actually functioned as a revive. So we'll take it, but that was almost very nasty. That didn't explode. I think I'm in the LT, but our squad mate is blocking us. Okay, I legitimately could not move. I tried dashing in further and everything, but it counted. It counted. Totally smooth sailing, textbook match there. No issues whatsoever. Everything was fine. Yeah, because there you see a bunch of melee kills. Okay, so we did level. That's big. Because we really need... Oh, no. We really need more shields, or shield regeneration, delay reduction, all that stuff. Problem is, with 6 points, we can get the melee damage. We will be 1 point shy of that, so I think we don't really have any choice but to go the biotic damage route. And again, it does help us with survivability just because we will out-damage our opponents more regularly. So would I have preferred to have gotten just enough points to actually get survivability from fitness? Yeah, probably, but didn't quite work out that way. Okay, maybe it's worth, for that reason in particular, just throwing on a quick little Mini cyclonic. Mini cyclonic. So I think we would need, what, actually 3 levels, right? Before we can get enough points in fitness. Because it's 7 skill points we need. And we get seemingly 3 per level. So presumably we'll once again fall 1 point shy if we only level up twice.
This one's simple. Clear the area and lock it down.
And as we saw, we
Enemies
could
incoming.
really use a little more survivability. There are a lot of enemies there, though. Definitely were a lot of enemies there. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, the singularity is pretty good for the breachers, though. Come closer. Speed up, speed up. Ah, not quite. You are gonna hit us. We don't. And I got stuck here. But this, that. Shields. Yeah, there are going to be a lot of shielded enemies against Remnant,
Just 3
right?
hostiles remaining.
Yeah, so I think maybe you don't wait for the shields to go down before you use the... Before you use the shockwave.
Good. Stay sharp.
Use the shockwave and the detonation to break the shield, and then they'll be carried up into the singularity, and that makes it much safer.
Enemies headed your way.
Move out.
Oh no, they are above us. That's not good. Yeah, really wanted to get that shockwave off, but that was greedy. That was greedy, and they are not very close to us. Well, I do appreciate that, though.
Thanks.
Hello. Post. Very nice. Well, that's not good. That's not good. Fortunately, it went straight into the singularity. No,
Squad member
I
down.
should have shockwaved. This guy will stomp as well. Unless so.
Thanks.
Unless that happens. Excuse me, sir. We have one of them.
Relay.
No shield.
Go get him.
They
All
stole
enemies
it
clear.
from us.
Keep it up.
How could they?
Recovery requested. Locate and recover objects of interest.
Receive.
There's a destroyer over there. Oh, I also have successfully destroyed some explosive containers on myself. Pretty well, location-wise. Destroyer, though, is about to become an issue.
Stay in cover.
Yeah, it probably would have been a lot better to have our infiltrator take this.
Got the drop.
Somehow, we survived that.
Get out of the way!
Run! Oh my good stuff. I don't like that either. This is gonna kill us. Unless we kill. It's still gonna kill us. Yeah.
I'm reading a flat line.
Okay. Yeah, you know, in general. Are you, no, you're. Really? Do you have, I thought I saw you use a,
Gather round, now!
thought I saw you use a cloak.
Almost done. Got the drop.
Oh, hello.
Teammate injured.
Might be able to get in here. Just, protect ourselves with that.
Last drop received. All artifacts secured.
Lost shield!
Teammate injured.
You revive one, you lose one. That's just math. Have to keep the equation balanced, you know?
Thanks.
Oh. Okay, well, maybe. Oh no, that's our explosion, which I think means it's actually safe for us to step on that. Hello.
Gather round, now!
Three left. Go get them.
Oh, you're hiding down below. And I have fallen off the edge of the map. But I was trying to jump down.
Reload. We're tracking.
I guess we might have been able to hit them all the way through before with shockwave. It's not out of the question. It does go through walls.
Enemies headed your way.
Get moving.
Definitely spawned behind us. Oh. They're all enemies with shields, which is bad news for us. As is Daz. Well, I mean, we are attracting a lot of aggro, which I guess is something. Ow.
Down! Get out of the way!
Wait for it. Oh,
I'm reading a flat line.
goodiness. That's two nullifiers or just one? Nah, just one. Nullifier plus observer. Oh, okay. We were probably about to get stomped.
Teammate injured.
Look, we even get to return the favor. Oh, hello. Thank you for walking into the singularity. And by walking, I mean flying. You know what I mean. Oh, what? Where the heck did you come from? Also, hello.
Lost shield!
I'm reading a flat line.
Just, you know, maybe just kill the last enemies yourselves. I mean, yeah, one of them is a destroyer, but still. Is it just me, or, I mean, you can kind of tell here from this silhouette, the destroyers seem almost Reaper-like in the shape of their bodies.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Wait, did that not explode? As in, like, biotic explosion.
Get down.
This is a bad idea. I disagree with this
Squad member
idea.
down.
Especially since there's a destroyer there that I did not even realize was there. Meanwhile, other teammate is like, you know what? I'm just gonna chill here for the moment.
Shield
This guy's
down.
gonna stop us. Yeah. Oh, that's another destroyer. In case you didn't notice. Pretty sure that is a separate destroyer. Sounded like, ow. Oh, it's you. That's what that is.
More ammo.
Low enough that the explosion's gonna kill you? I think it did. Yes. You're still there. Oh, no, you won't. Close enough that that blows up on you, please.
Shield down.
Ow. Once upon a time, there, I'm pretty sure there's a ledge there.
3 more to go.
Can you shoot through that? We should have some piercing, though. Or that missed.
More ammo.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements. Sources say key data is scattered around this area. Find and recover that data.
And we do have one infiltrator. I think we'll probably still
Get down.
approach this the simple, straightforward way.
No shield.
That's not good, though.
Squad member down.
Simple, straightforward way, meaning everyone goes in here, even if they're not a cloaked infiltrator.
Thanks.
It's not the right place to choose. My goodness. Don't move. Except that you kind of need to. I mean, if they take a long time to get here, it's not an issue, right? So that's probably an
Squad
issue.
member down.
Thanks.
Well, now they're in the zone.
Well done. We've got the data.
And suddenly everything is fine. Did it require for a couple of us to use missiles? You know, maybe. That's what it's supposed to be like.
Squad member down.
Oh, it's a new pub. New amigo. New pal.
That hurt them. Be ready.
You might have seen that person earlier today. Briefly, perhaps.
Time to go. Get to the extraction site.
Destroyer.
That doesn't sound good. Where exactly is that, though? There's some stuff over here. Oh, that was a lot. We'll take it. But so
Squad member
can
down.
they.
I owe you.
I'll see us. I am still gonna get greedy and try to go one more singularity plus. Shockwave, and then report. Oh. Stay away, not fire. That's an exploding destroyer. Oh, at least it seemed like it. So I can't help but notice there happens to be another destroyer over there. The boss enemies at the moment. Ow. Also, we don't have much time. We have that kind of range on Shockwave, but we can try.
Target's down, everyone standing.
There we go.
Drinks are on me.
Still, I wouldn't call it smooth, but it was a little bit better than last time. We did eventually end up getting a fourth as well. And look at that, at least from, I mean, granted, same amount of enemies split up across fewer people means you're probably always going to see more points on an individual person in what was mostly a trio, but that was not bad. Certainly compared to, from a damage dealing standpoint, was certainly not bad compared to what we had in the past. It did feel like we were hitting a little bit harder, which is a pretty big deal compared to what was happening previously. Now, we did just barely level, but yeah, I mean, I guess, sure. We'll take melee damage just because it gets us closer to hitting those, but in the immediate future, it's not that useful for us. Might have even been worth throwing on one of the experience boosters, because without that, as we just saw, it seems like we are high enough level now that we are not necessarily guaranteed to level each match. Though I think you do get more experience when there's more people in the lobby. I guess that previous match did still count as 4, though.
Clear the
Full
area and
lobby,
lock it down.
4-person lobby.
Enemies headed
I
your
guess
way.
it's not gonna get any better than what we just saw. Unless we do better in this match. Things like objectives and this. It's like it just makes a huge difference when you can confidently pull off one round of the combo and just walk away knowing, okay, I'm pretty sure that the enemies that I just attacked are going to be gone. They're going to be dead. Which was not the case before. But as you just saw there, I mean, granted, that was some assistance from teammates, I think, but is pretty much now the case.
Three left. Go get him.
Right there.
Enemies
Yeah,
clear.
that was
Stay
100
alert.
damage on the kill means nobody else damaged them. So that's the maximum amount on basic Ket dudes. So that means Singularity
Enemies incoming.
plus Shockwave with no waiting around for Singularity damage over time to stack up is enough to take out at least basic enemies on gold. That's the threshold we were looking for. That was a lot of explosions. I think there were several explosive containers over there. So we lucked out a bit in that sense, but that's, now that we have more damage, at least more feasible than it was before. We also haven't switched around our weapon at all, which could be something that we look to do if we really wanted to.
Go get him.
This could be a ghost character.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
We did get at least 2 levels on that.
Key enemy personnel
Earlier
were tracked
today.
at that location. Take
So
them
that
out.
means it is definitely at least a bit stronger than it was last time around. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay, that's not quite as close as I thought it was, but...
No shields. Squad member down.
Okay, did we get the combo off, though? Did that... Seems like the shockwave didn't count.
Target down.
Don't think any big bada booms went off.
I'll do better.
Oh, hello. Well, that's not ideal.
Target down.
Oh, okay, I guess that works.
Stay in cover.
Now,
Uh-oh, shield down.
this guy has some prime. It's not close enough. Oh, what? Well, he's definitely primed for cryo from our teammate.
Nice takedown.
No shield.
Squad member down.
Well, we did get it off that time.
Appreciate it.
What is our character's accent? That sounded New Zealand like.
Gather round. Now.
It feels like it's someone trying to disguise a New Zealand accent.
Enemies clear. Stay alert.
Another battle down.
Enemies incoming.
That's
I'm reading a flat line.
what I want to pull off, ideally while surviving, but that was a triple biotic combo. We probably have more kills while dead than we do while alive, or at least it's pretty close to that.
Feed.
It's a large number. So interested in us. Okay, good. He's down.
Get down.
Hello, sir. You know, I was interested in engaging with you until I saw that our singularity was still on cooldown, and then I thought better of it. Oh, hello.
Squad member down.
Hang tight.
Oh, no, you're dead.
Squad member
Whoa.
down.
What's going on here? Okay, no, you have them. Just drop you for crowd control purposes. Ow.
3 hostiles remaining.
Yeah, well, apparently we're gonna join them. And there's only 3 hostiles left, so it's the end of the wave. It's not a huge deal if somebody stays down here, I suppose. I'd like to put you up for a combo, but not have that luxury.
Shields.
I'm reading a flat line.
Okay, did get that off just in time. Before the end of the wave, I suppose.
Hostiles en route.
Yeah, like taking a Just seeing they have a bulwark weapon. Taking that, or probably more likely a siphon weapon. Something to... Oh, that's not a good place to be. Some alternate weapon version to help us increase our survivability. Wouldn't be a bad idea. That was not the right direction to dodge, because we definitely dodged on an angle that made it much easier for them to hit us.
I'm in your debt.
Three combos again. Beautiful. And oh, that was the singularity exploding after we walked away. I'd like for you guys to be in the singularity though. That's what we should be getting more cryo combos, because our teammate should be doing a lot of cryo priming. It's not working out as well as I would like it to.
I'm reading a flat line.
I'll do better.
3 more to go.
Oh, I was going to say, most of them are right here. I was going to blow that up on them all.
Now we rest.
We've got major enemy targets nearby. Let's take them out. Scratch 1 target.
Late to the party. Bada boom.
Stay in cover.
Oh. Adios.
Target down.
Ow.
Squad member down.
Saw that coming as soon as we were out there with the minigun dudes. Thank you.
Squad member down.
Almost there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's still a lot going on over here. Is squad mate still down right in the middle of all of it? I don't think so, but, wow.
Nice takedown.
Not even gonna say what I thought Anders just said. Nice something. Not sound like anything he should have been saying in this context. Wait for it.
Need ammo.
We're tracking reinforcements.
Now we rest.
Time to go. Get to the extraction site.
Yep, I was gonna say, I'm guessing we have friends here. We absolutely do.
Send it on the field.
Oh. Let's see. What? Did we get stuck in the singularity? Oh, what?
I'm reading a flat line.
What? Did he sneak up behind us? think someone snuck up behind us. And then might have gotten killed almost immediately afterward by the singularity explosion. Oh, hello. Okay. Probably prefer to have gotten you because you're right on top of us, but we'll make it work. I hate to break it to you, buddy. Oh, hello. 30 seconds? Okay. Worth even bothering on the ammo box. Let's do this, or ammo pack.
I'm reading a flat line.
More combos. I'm all for it. It says need ammo. With the first clip that I fire after having used an ammo pack.
All targets down, everyone standing. Drinks are on me.
Okay, see, like, we had basically no experience toward this level yet when we started this match. And we got... what? Like, 2/3? 2/3 or so? So, I think it might be worth throwing on... one of those. I would really like to just get a couple more level, or I need what, 3 more still on this? 3 more still on this guy before we can actually get some defensive stuff. And once that happens, I feel like we are at the point where it feels more comfortable. I mean, it's already definitely more comfortable to play him on gold now that we improved the damage, but the survivability could definitely still be better. Can't begin.
Hostile territory, people. Secure this position and stay sharp.
So, this is the new life in Andromeda.
Yep, I found the... And that is what I mean. We have the damage. These guys might all die from the singularity. Obviously, I would like to have had the chance to shockwave them. No, they all survived. Okay. So yeah, I really wanted to shockwave those guys.
I'll do better.
You know, get the trip skill and whatnot. Also, apparently that shockwave missed everything. Place for you to get stuck.
We're tracking reinforcements. Enemies headed your way.
Here again. Oh, sort of. I was just It's just one. Oh, I proactively detonated the singularity thinking to myself, oh, there aren't any other enemies over here. We should get our singularity back off cooldown more quickly. Only to turn around and see there actually was an enemy behind us. Oh, there's two wraiths over there. Also, there's a wraith right on top of us. Hold on. Maybe we can track all the wraiths. Okay. Gonna get one over here. We are.
We've located data sources. Get them uploaded before we lose it.
Yep, I was gonna say, definitely heard some peoples over here. And here as well. Yes. Wait, no. It is not. Correct. I knew that. Now we're done. Let's go to the below us. The bottom floor? Yes. So rarely I'm on this bottom floor. I don't even know what angles they can come from. Is it only this, and then I guess from above they can drop down?
Upload complete. Good job, Apex. Nearly through.
Not bad. Oh, hello. Bad time we run out of ammo. That was interesting though. Let's try to put him once here.
Enemies cleared. Stay alert. Hostiles en route.
Oh, they are right there.
Shields down.
Oh, they detonated with overload. Okay, I was going to say, I did not detonate with my singularity, but rather my shockwave. Not sure if trying to leapfrog over him was the correct solution. Very well may not have been.
Squad member down.
Especially when he was on a ramp above us, so it would require that we turn into Michael Jordan. Pull that off.
Squad member down.
Never mind. That's a battle I'd rather not fight.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. All clear for now. Enemies headed your way.
Really low. Oh, multi spawned down here and I totally messed up with that singularity placement. whole plan is for naught now. Also, it would help if I could hit anything at all. Anything at all. Right. Heal ourselves and do this. Please come back. It sounds like they're doing something over here. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of stuff.
Just 3 hostiles
Come on.
remaining.
There we go.
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting. The enemy's tapping into civilian comm traffic. We need to take out their uplink devices.
Never mind. Hold on. One moment.
Enemy tech shut down.
I'll be in just a second.
Hang in there, Apex.
That's not right.
Squad member down.
Yep, we're about to go down as well.
Flatline.
In more ways than one. Get
All enemy devices are now offline.
device. There are a large number of enemies here, but well done.
Ascendant on the field.
Nope. Now we. Not exactly the best aiming I've ever done. Like, it's ambitious, but
Good. Stay sharp. We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
don't think we can make a singularity there from that range. Singularity prime through cover like that? It's a bad place to be. Obviously, I wanted the singularity over that little ledge there. But I didn't, and I just kind of hoped that it would still count as prime. Or of course not. Oh. Yeah, that's not a good time.
Stay in cover.
Is destined here. Oh. You wanna fall to the singularity? Ah, no, we'll ditch the old-fashioned one. Thought I heard you, though. Try again.
Ascendant on the field.
Squad member down.
Okay, over there. Ow. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, hold on. We're now suddenly maybe gonna need to focus on getting out of here above all else, because this Bot is no. Oh my god. Maybe this is another one of those controller situations. Okay, we made it work. Everything is fine. Don't worry about it.
Reading a flat line.
No! That's not a good place to be.
Mission complete. Full team secure.
But everyone is fine. Everyone extracted, obviously. There's never any concern about the well-being of the team there. Okay, so this time we did give ourselves the extra 50% experience. So we got 1 level out of it. I doubt we'll get 2. Yeah. But what we really want is 2 more levels so we can get up here. Oh no, we only need, what am I saying? We got this. There was, for so long, we needed 7 points to get our next actual defensive upgrade, but just 1 more does it. Okay, because yeah, we've now done that. So 1 more level will do. Okay, so we might just, well, if we had 3 people, we might have just barely had enough to get by. Oh, now we're host. Okay, whatever that's worth. I think we're still staying on gold here, but we could switch it to, what is it, Ket is, and Sandstorm is the daily. I mean, I think a lot of people have already done it at this point, but it might increase the chances of us getting someone else. The people who are with us, I think, have almost certainly already done it, but there is also the Bronze Apex mission, but that's not a super high priority. We go Ket, we go Sandstorm, and see if that happens to give us additional people popping in. Okay, so do we need extra? We could maybe do the little bronze experience booster. That should definitely be enough for 1 more level. Hold on. Just gonna say, it might be kind of borderline without it. Don't think we need the 50% experience booster, but this should do the trick. All right, and then with however, the other factor is that we get less experience when there's only 3 of us, so maybe it is still going to be kind of close.
Hostile territory, people. Secure this position and stay sharp.
Really want to be able to get up there. And then from there, jump up to the next one, and from there, jump up to the very top. And that would be great. Okay, yeah, no, that still works. Well, that one did not go according to plan. Excuse me, sir. Please do not do that. Don't make me punch you back. I will. Oh, there's a lot of enemies up there. I was kind of tempted to singularity that. And in fact, we'll give it a go. Yes, there is an enemy right here, in fact. Ow.
Three more to go.
We're trying to get you through the floor. Okay. We did. Technically, we have some piercing.
Enemies
Yeah,
down.
it worked.
Keep your guard up.
Can you jump through this? feel like you probably can, but I'm not precise enough to make it
Enemies
happen.
incoming.
Oh, I see a lot of red dots. I see a lot of red dots. Oh, how I wish you had gone boom as well. I mean, you'll still get hit by that. I'd say that's a pretty decent singularity. Might be one of our best ones yet. Where'd he go? Oh, hello. Ow.
Teammate injured.
Well, we killed it.
I'm reading a flatline.
I'll do better.
I'm reading a flatline.
Guys. Guys. Ow. Oh, wow, you went flying.
Okay, okay.
And you're dead.
Hello. Goodbye. Ow. Bar right here. That works. Everybody's lining up, apparently. Oh, I was gonna say, I heard it, I did not see it. Is that two there? It is two. But it'll blow up and take him out, right?
Shields down.
Oh, okay, but this is a problem.
Squad member down. Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Thanks.
All enemies clear. Keep it up. We detected mission critical data. Find the location and
Go
upload
for
the
this one
intel.
right here, or do we go for LZ? Ah, we'll just go here. Hello. You're still. Oh dear. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. Maybe we take a quick little detour here.
Fragment uploaded.
Ow. Okay, please actually go. No.
Teammate injured.
Just go into the cover directly in front of you, please. Not gonna lie, I really thought that our teammate just jumped off the edge of the map there.
Thanks.
Squadmate has a lot of stuff going on. Really hope Shockwave can make it that far.
Teammate injured.
No, it just barely missed. Okay, well.
Almost done.
Yeah, we helped him. Oh, they're everywhere. By everywhere, I mean everyone is right here,
Need to
specifically.
receive. That's a wrap. Almost done.
Get down. Shields down.
3 more to go. job, Apex. Keep it going. Enemies incoming.
Let's clear out.
Seems like they're spawning over here.
Get out of the way!
But that is very much not where that singularity was supposed to go. Up one right here, though.
Get down!
Okay, you're not dead. You are now. Wait for it. That missed all of them. I mean, yes, they were both cloaked. I felt fairly confident we would have at least gotten one of them. This is likely going to kill us. Okay. A little too late on that. Maybe. Oh, that guy is sniping us from quite a distance.
Get out of the way!
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Away he goes.
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting.
Now we should grab ammo.
Are we ready?
Enemies incoming.
Let's clear out.
That sounds like a lot of stuff over here.
Feet! Watch yourself!
To be honest, I was not confident that I was going to travel far enough to hit. Also, I'm not thrilled about the incoming ascendant over there. Hello. I want to get a single area over there-ish. No, bad range. For the singularity. I'll do. Or maybe it won't. Oh, well, that I just
Flatline.
waltzed straight, straight into the fiend. Anyone else over here? I heard, yep, one of you. Hello. Oh. Somehow that guy snuck up on us.
Relax. Go get them. All enemies clear.
Okay,
Keep
I was
it
gonna
up.
say great, because none of those 3 enemies were anywhere in the area that I looked.
Intel shows key enemy personnel in that area. Don't let them leave.
Enemies being where all of our squad mates were shooting. What are the chances?
Feet! Watch yourself!
Target eliminated.
That was a lot of explosions. Oh! Hello! Hello. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. We need time to go.
Scratch 1 target.
Shields down!
might be a descendant directly on top. Oh no, there's a fiend directly on top of our head.
I'm reading a flat line.
The fiend is unavoidable, apparently. Even in death. Oh. Ow.
Get down.
Oh, that... If it looked like I thought that our squad mate was an enemy, that's because I did think our squad mate was an enemy. Ow.
Squad member down. Nice takedown.
I'm in your debt.
Teammate injured.
Oh. Well, that's... yeah, that's not great. That's also not great.
I owe you.
I could see this going a few ways. That was one of them. Oh.
Watch yourself. Gather around now.
What happens if I have you shoot your friend? Does that do anything? No? No, maybe not. Oh, one thing this does do is it does immobilize an enemy while giving us time to set up our preferred primer. Singularity. So I guess that is a thing, or our detonator. So, you know, like, oh, hold on, give me just a second here. Okay. Don't steal our kill. Just waiting to get Shockwave back.
Be ready. We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
Oh, that was supposed to be a singularity. That sounds like double ascendants. Quickly approaching. I guess that might be double ascendants quickly approaching. Somewhere over there, right? Okay, well, you know, I was about to deal with you. You just needed to wait your turn, okay?
Need ammo.
Our character is dead. Need ammo! You know, think we might have bigger concerns than that at the moment. That's just me. I would prefer if you did not play this.
No shields.
Oh. Greetings. Good day to you, sir. Don't disrupt him. Don't distract him. He has important business to attend to. Oh, it was me thinking that we had our singularity off cooldown. Not that I was going to detonate it elsewhere preemptively. Did want to place one where all the enemies were. Surprise, surprise.
That's how Apex gets it
Here we
done.
go.
Come on, hold on.
So we only had 3. We never got anyone else joining in. So with this, plus the little experience booster, was that enough for us to get this level? So I don't know exactly how big of a difference it makes to get additional people. I've just heard tell that that is a thing. Hopefully, though, we have sufficient XPs. We do. Okay, and then some to spare. Fair bit to spare, in fact. Alright, but I think that might, given that level being an important level for us, might be our last one for the night. I am also getting, admittedly, very tired. So, why don't we just spec the much anticipated, well, it's actually not entirely obvious which direction we want to go in. Pure shields versus get shields back more quickly. So those are both good. What else do we have later on? Partially restore shields with each successful melee attack. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Increases maximum shields while at least one biotic effect is active on an enemy. So with... oh, wow, it's 40%. But a 5-second cooldown. So Singularity makes that fairly easy to do. Shields restored on biotic kill, that is nice. Shields restored at low health threshold, saving barrier cooldown. And this is similar to an ability, a passive ability that some people were saying, I think, a few weeks ago, possibly even in our first stream for Andromeda multiplayer, saying it was really good. The one that I'm thinking of that people were talking about was the one where it's once you get to low health, it significantly increases your damage resistance. Or it might have been this, though. Actually, it might have been this. Restore health. Restore all of your shields at low health, because they were basically saying... My question was basically, well, it seems like, you know, if anything can one-shot you from 21 health or higher, then this is just never going to proc. And you've wasted a rank 6 ability on this, and especially on the higher difficulties where enemies are dealing bigger chunks of damage, that might mean that it's just, yeah, you can't rely on it at all. But people were saying that in general, most hits that kill you are quick hits in succession, like, you know, the miniguns from the Ket and what have you. And that means that, yes, this will definitely activate. This should. And it could be a lifesaver in that case. And that it's pretty much just the fiends that can hit you hard enough to wipe you out with more than 20% health remaining. So maybe that is worth taking. And that could make a pretty huge difference. We're definitely taking this, so working back from there. If we go here, that means we're missing out on shield restoration. We get maximum shields. We get shields coming back when we get them low. And that's a percentage of shields. It's all of our shields back. So that suggests that maybe if you have this, you're not as concerned about this. So you go this route. It also means you're getting more shields back when this procs. I think it means that technically you go this route. I think. But who knows? Who knows? But we definitely did see that it was a slow start with the base human adept, and I was not impressed. I was pretty disappointed, to be honest with you, especially given how it's probably my favorite base human in Mass Effect 3, and the damage just felt like it did not add up enough to make using biotic combos worthwhile. And you might as well just be using your weapon. And at that point, you might as well be using a character that focuses more on weapons, not an adept. Once we started to max out our passives and our active skills as well, then it started to feel more, well, worth it. But there is still the question of survivability, and hopefully after having taken that level there, that can make a bit of a difference, but certainly reaching rank 6 on that can make a pretty huge difference. We did, however, still accumulate a fair bit more in the way of credits, so why don't we, before we wrap things up in full, pop open a few more packs here and see if we can get more good stuffs. And yeah, okay, so that's almost fully leveled up. Just want to see what kind of numbers we're looking at there. That one 2 goes ago was pretty high up there. Now we're getting stuff more in the territory that I think I'd probably expect to see. The in and around rank 5, maybe slightly above it. Well, okay, no, Widow Concussive is now done. I want to get a sense for, you know, how far into maxing out those things are we? Still weapon mods that we've not maxed out for uncommons, which, and I guess it's just because they're swarmed. They're surrounded by so many of these weapons with their alternate versions. Raptor now leveled up with to the max with its bulwark version. That one's probably not a super high priority to break out anytime soon. Zalkin's close. What was that, the concussive one? Charger S, now level 2, okay. Nice. We did not try that one, but it could be good. It seemed like the other S versions of the weapons get significantly stronger, so that much is a good indication, a positive sign, but as I think I was saying before, I feel like the base charger, probably not one of the weapons that I'm a terribly big fan of. The base Avenger, I do like that. So when we got the Avenger S, that was nice, and we tried that out. That was pretty good. All right, I think that's gonna end up. No, we can afford one more. I think this will end up being our last pack. So hopefully we get some good stuff here. And just take a quick peek at where that puts us. Just gonna, from a Apex score standpoint, just gonna make. Oh, I did not mean to. Just meant create our own lobby just so we can see this number. So yeah, we started the day off with 9,100 and a bit, I think. So yeah, across the what has probably now been maybe close to 150 at this point packs. We started off with 100, and doing all those missions, we got, yeah, I mean, over 1,500 Apex rating, which seems pretty good. So I guess that's not bad. And going forward now, we're very close to maxing out this base human adept, and that is the last base human for us, you know, unless and until we start doubling up on those characters. But so just 3 more levels on that guy, and then at that point, we're probably looking to check out the uncommon characters. We did get a little bit of a head start on the Asari adept. We've already played her and maxed her out, but lots of options here, and of course, all of the uncommon characters are distinct, no duplicates, unlike base humans. So that's exciting stuff, and I think we're about halfway, maybe a little bit past halfway, when it comes to maxing out the uncommon weapons. And once we do that, then we'll be opening up bigger and better packs and getting some rares, I assume, more regularly. And I think at that point, we're probably getting ourselves the chance, at least, of getting ultra rares, and that could make a pretty huge difference as well. So we are on the cusp of some very interesting things.